It's got excellent connection. We're gonna hit the button. The button has been hit.
Hit it.
I think the beautiful people that are currently in the chat can hear us live, raw, and uncut. Do a real quick mic check for me, Paul.
Mic check 1, 2, 3. Living split screen, live, raw, and uncut. What's going on, everybody?
Okay. Yeah, looks like we are good to go as far as that goes. Hey, everybody in chat, let us know if you can hear us pretty smoothly. And yes, MG, hopefully there's definitely a better connection this week. Again, I have definitely done quite a few things and spent some hours adjusting some things and having some conversations with my internet service provider just to make sure everything was good on both ends. There were some things that I ended up finding out in the background. Apparently had some malware, and I also had a Trojan that I haven't had to deal with a Trojan in a long time. And it was apparently hiding under some things. I had to
From your
run a couple
porn.
different virus software. No, it's not from tentacle porn. The hell?
That's what you were doing, man. You were surfing the dark webs, baby.
Surfing the dark webs. Yeah, I was trying to find out why Baldur's Gate 3 runs so great on a PlayStation 5. I got a Trojan from it, man. It was a horse. It made sense. Pony in every angle.
At least it wasn't a bear.
Oh, yeah. At least it wasn't a bear. MG says random, but that Xbox hat is clean. Yeah, man, I need to get me a PlayStation. I want to get me a Nintendo hat too. I'm really difficult when it comes to those things. I want them to look a certain way. The only reason I bought this one because, again, you said, and I like the design of the brim and whatnot. Again, I don't see nothing wrong with with people being a fan of gaming. I know some people feel like, oh, it's so corny for you to get all those gaming accessories and shit. Like, bro, like the fucking shirt, the hat, like I don't know what there's a big deal. You do it for sports teams. I never got why people always wanted to spend $100 for a jersey until I did it. You know what I mean? So again, you know you're gonna have your reasons to do certain things, and there's nothing wrong with that. Or what you like, if you can, right? So, Nick said no Trojans. Pause. Hey, sometimes you got to go no rubber, man. That's how my youngest got here.
Early morning. Look at
this. Man, I haven't even my ghosty yet. Yeah. I'm not gonna show any branding because Ghost needs to come show us some love, some support. Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to make this announcement because I do see that we are. Stop that. Let me make sure there's nothing additionally running in the background. We also did go switch to Zoom. So again, we weren't having issues with Zoom before. So I said, screw it, went back to Zoom. And, so far so good. So we'll see what it is. Maybe Discord is just the curse and Zoom is just a better alternative. But we shall see. We are at 906 subscribers. We are we are 94 subs away from 1K. Again, I know YouTube changed some things in their back end to try to make it easier for people to get monetization or whatnot. That still hasn't been made available to us. No big deal. Our goal is still going to be hitting that 1K. I am, hopefully if everything runs smooth today, it's going to allow me to dive back into my bag, do my recordings again, get everything posted in multiple places. I do want to take advantage of Threads with it being new. And again, with many people that are signing up, they're breaking record numbers. There's a lot of things that are going on within the tech industry right now that like we might be able to take advantage of on a content level, and will help us out a lot. But yeah, if you guys can help us by sharing out, liking that, hitting that like button, subbing, and getting us to that 1K, that'll be a beautiful thing to see. Again, everybody that's here on a week-to-week basis, that's also a beautiful thing to see. There's many places you could probably be right here on a Saturday morning. The fact that you choose to be right here with Living Split Screen, live, raw, and uncut, it's just a beautiful thing to me. It makes me feel all tingly inside, you know. Try not to be too sentimental about it because it can be a lot, but nonetheless. Pong, I mean, before we go live, is there anything that you would like to shout out to the beautiful people that are here backstage?
It is a fabulous Saturday morning right here with Living Split Screen. Steel Rain and I are ready to rock and roll. We're going to have a good episode because last week was cut short, but this week I think it's time to buckle up again. Light news week, but we still got a lot to get into, a lot of talking points that we could probably hit on. And you know, Steel and I, we always are anyways. We're going to find something to talk about. But no, thank you all for being here. As always, great to see all the familiar faces dropping on in here on a Saturday morning to get it with us because that's what we like to do, man. This is the way to start the day. And we got, man, it's just really good right now, Steel. Again, no matter what real life's throwing at me, to know that I can be here with my brother from another and chat it up about all good things gaming, man, is always a pleasure. And it's no different today. It's feeling really good, and I'm ready to rock and roll, man. So we got to get down to it.
Sounds like a beautiful thing. We definitely will. Pong, if you can, just because of how placement it is on for the show and everything, you can back your field of view back out. I think it's going to look better for the show.
Oh, see that? I knew this was going to happen, Steve.
I just feel like it's going to. I feel like it's going to look better for the show
because you know what's going to happen. You're going to post them shorts. You know, it's just going to be my face with no hair.
Yeah,
no
yeah, you might. Yeah. That is very true.
All right, how's that?
That is much better.
Do you want me to zoom in a little bit, or is that?
No, that's perfect. That's perfect. Okay. That is absolutely perfect. I'm gonna have to adjust the stuff for the shorts and everything, but I'll do that here in a moment. I'm gonna disable that here for a second. Let's go ahead and get this show on the road, ladies and gentlemen. Perfect. Shogun said he has the same hat. Hey, yo, shout out to you, Shogun. We jumped back into some Naraka this week, and I'll talk about that when we go live. So
interesting.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate y'all being here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and beautiful people, how y'all feeling this Saturday morning? I'm excited because I think Living Split Screen is not going to have any connection issues today. That's always a beautiful thing to see. Did a lot of work in the background. Audio listeners, you guys are going to get a normal episode. I know I skipped last week because of the technical issues that we ended up running into. It is what it is. Unfortunately, sometimes you run into some technical problems and things got to be adjusted. But hopefully today's episode makes up for some of that. And again, when life isn't as busy, I got to figure out a way to start updating you guys a little bit more frequently. But nonetheless, you are here locked in with Living Splitscreen, a non-console centric platform covering everything within the gaming industry. We take that RTS approach. That's where we pull ourselves out of the world to look at the darker crevices of the map, to pull those resources together, to build up that foundation to potentially reach the 3 billion gamers that Phil Spencer always talks about. Not only that, but we are also the home of the educated consumer perspective. That's that ECP. Because me and Punk, we're not in the industry. We're not lawyers, none of that good stuff. We're just taking our own professional experience, life experience, and also the experience that we've had in this hobby, in our passion, to bring to you guys, hopefully, some well-rounded and excellent conversation about the gaming industry in totality. So, with that being said, I'm one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's I, Steel Rain, I, the T is a 7. I don't know why I was I don't know where I was going with that to get myself caught up. That was interesting. But nonetheless, I'm going to work on drinking my little drinky drink. But I have to introduce one of the most uncanny gentlemen that I have met in these YouTube streets over the last couple of years. The brother from another to me personally, the X-Man, who is not Cyclops or Iceman. I know you guys say he should probably be cast as Iceman, but
What?
hey, that's what they say out here, Pawn. They want to see you in the X-Men movie. They want to see you as Iceman. I think that'd be pretty cool. I don't think that's your role, but you know, I think it'd be pretty cool. Nonetheless, my brother from another, the uncanny gentleman, Pong Soul. How you feeling, brother, man?
I'm doing good, brother. I was just watching a video. I got to send this to you in the DMs. Way off topic as we do our intros, but I just saw a druid in werewolf form on Diablo do $1.8 billion, 1.8 billion damage.
I'm curious, was he using tornadoes?
It looks like it. I'll send it to you. Like I said, I just quickly I was watching it. Yeah, I sent it to you.
Yeah, the tornado build for the druid is one of the most popular right now because it does crit ridiculously high as amounts of damage.
1.8 billion? God dang, man. Anyways, what is up, everybody? Welcome to Living Splitscreen. That's right. Episode 110 is happening right now, live and in effect. Listen. What a great time to be a gamer. I have been actually taking a break from Diablo this week a little bit because I had some things going on in the background on Monday and Tuesday when I was off. And then for the rest of the week, I'm trying to get my sleep schedule back on. And I know myself. And when I hop on with Steel, we up late. It's hard for me to get off Diablo 4. So I was taking a little break this week, trying to get some things fixed in the background and having a good time. Actually enjoying some other games, which, man, I've been shouting these games out and I got to continue to do so. So where do I want to start? Let's start with Arcade Paradise, a little game that dropped, indie game that dropped. It's from Wired Productions, dropped into Game Pass. And I've seen more and more people starting to check this game out, but Arcade Paradise is my new addiction. And it was unexpected, actually. For anybody who doesn't know, Arcade Paradise is basically set up where you take over. Your dad forces you to start working at a laundromat, his laundromat that he kind of left to the wayside. And he puts you in charge of this laundromat, and you wind up taking over his laundromat. Yes, you actually do laundry there for people, which earns you money. But you wind up opening up the back room and finding that there's a little arcade that he had put in there that he hated, but he was trying to give people that were waiting for their laundry something to do. Well, your sister, you was chatting with your sister, and it's set in the 90s, late 80s, probably 90s. No, set in the 90s for sure. Set in the 90s. So the whole nostalgia factor is huge, right? And so you got this arcade in the back, and your sister's like, hey, what dad doesn't know won't hurt him. Why don't you just start beefing up the arcade a little bit? So you kind of got a balance between running the laundromat and earning money, right? It's the old lemonade stand for those of you that are old enough to remember lemonade stand on the old green screen Apple IIs, right? Lemonade stand where you first learned about business a little bit and running a business. It's got that aspect to it loop wise, but you can also go actually play in your arcade as well. And the more you play a game, the more popular it becomes, the more money it earns too on top of it. And the arcade, they got a ton of different games, all old school style games based upon real arcade games. And so they're kind of fun, man. They're actually really kind of fun. So you got to balance your time out, your day out, how you're going to spend, where you're going to spend your time. And then you can expand the arcade. And then you can go online on your old PC that actually has a dial up modem. And they even give you the dial up modem sounds. Oh, it's fantastic. And you can order more arcade machines, right? And then they've got upgrades that you can eventually start buying. Like you can buy an assistant who empties out all the arcade machines for you, so you don't have to worry about collecting the money all the time out of it, because that's a part of it as well. Arcade Paradise is freaking amazing. You eventually can get a jukebox. The jukebox has 90s, 80s, 90s music with fake bands based on real bands. Like there's a 9 Inch Nails one. And I'm telling you guys, I already found in my jukebox, and you can order more music too. I already found in my jukebox probably like 6, 7 songs that I would legitimately listen to without knowing who the band was. I would just listen to them because they're damn good. So like this game has got it all. It's a really great loop. Some people listened to me on PM to PM, downloaded it when I was talking about it, when I actually started playing it. Xbox Ultimate, a bunch of people came in the chat and said, yeah, Pog, I started playing this because of you talking about it on PM to PM.
Yeah, I did see that.
Awesome. It's great. So go check it out. It is Game Pass. And then also another one that dropped into Game Pass this week was Sword and Fairy 7 Steel. This is that Chinese based RPG, action based, not turn based, that has been out for a while. I actually downloaded this and started playing this, and this is it's not AAA, but because of the quality of devs and the talent over there are moments where it does feel AAA. And I hope the studio continues now that they got Game Pass money. Now they got a little notoriety, because this series obviously has been out for a very long time. It just hasn't been in the West at all. I hope they go big next time, because I think there is something special here. I haven't had this much fun with Eastern style JRPG in a long time. Again, it is action based. It's not turn based, but the combat is fun. The combos are fun. That flavor Steel, that style, that artistic style from over there. It's different than Japanese in some ways, which you and I both know because we played a lot of those types of games. You can tell, like, all of it's got a general Eastern feel, but when you get down, if you played enough of them, you know that the Chinese side of things, the Korean side of things, and Japanese side of things all have their own feel to character aesthetic, to design work, even down to the clothing detail, right? There's always a little something different. This game is freaking awesome. Really enjoying my time. The world is phenomenal. The story is stellar already. Again, are there little things that, okay, well, it's not AAA. Yes, there are some of that to it. Like there's a couple performance issues. Like when you come out of the menu screen, there's like this whole delay that kind of happens. It almost looks like your game's freezing, but then it just quickly unfreezes. So there's little things like that where you go, okay, I can see where they could still polish this up. But overall, story, fantastic. It's got all the RPG elements you could ever want out of a game. Like I said, I'm about probably 3-4 hours into it, maybe at this point, but loving exploring the world. The world is gorgeous. It really has a nice look to it. And the enemies are fun. They're varied already. They're, again, different styles. Of course, this is early game enemies. I did fight one big boss already. It does have some quick time event to it as well, kind of like Final Fantasy does. It's got some of that quick time event in certain areas, but man, really a great game. Sword and Fairy 7. Go check it out. I think it's Together Forever, I think is the full title. Go check that out as well if you're looking for that style of game. And then there was a third one. What was the other one I played?
Yes, Sargasm. It is on the Xbox, by the way.
Yes, it is on Xbox. It actually came out. It actually came out for purchase last year. I know some people already bought it last year when it came out. Now it dropped into Game Pass.
Together Forever is different from Sword and Fairy 7.
No, that's the full title on the screen.
No, it is, but they called it something different. It's called something different. Sword and Fairy, Sword and Fairy 7 isn't called Together Forever.
But here it is.
But yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I think what they've done is they've updated it some before they released it.
Did they combine it? Is that what they did or something? Because
it's still
again,
the one game. It's still the one game.
Right. But anyways, that is the full title.
I think they renamed it because they did some updates to it.
It's possible.
Because it did have some little issues, hitching and things like that. To probably make it a little bit easier for people that haven't played the game before to know what this game is. Because it is kind of like its own standalone.
Yeah, because it was out on PlayStation 4 without the 7.
Oh, it was called Together Forever then too?
Yeah, it was called Together, but it didn't have the 7 in the title. Now it's got the 7 and Together Forever.
Okay.
So I don't know what they're doing. But anyways, naming stuff is weird.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, but yeah, go definitely play that. And then what was the other one, Steel? What was the other one that I played this week? God dang it, I can't even remember now. And this is not saying it was bad by any stretch of imagination. It's just that my old brain sometimes does this. Try to think of what else. Hold on here for a second. Let me check this out real quick. Let me see if there was anything else. I'm trying to think. Oh yeah. I picked up on sale. It's still currently on sale. A game that people were excited for, and then it came out, and everybody was like, "No, what is this? I'm not paying full price for this shit. What is this?" This came out last year, but I got it on sale for $6. Werewolf the Apocalypse.
Oh yeah,
Earthblood. Yes. Listen, there's not enough werewolf games. Okay. Period. Point blank. Werewolves again are little used. Now, of course, Diablo IV steals basically a werewolf almost all the time now, but werewolf games in general, we don't get enough of them. I have had my eye on this thing forever, despite what everybody was saying about it. $6 for the Xbox Series version. I was like, fine. I've got the store credits, again from rewards. I'm like, forget it. I'm just going to buy it and I'm going to try it out for myself. As I said, I'm PM in the PM. I don't care what anybody says. And this is a me thing. So if it's not for you, it's not for you. I don't need all the time to be blown away by games to say that I'm having fun.
Same.
Okay. That I'm enjoying myself. And there is and there is a price for that. Writing isn't everything. Graphics isn't everything. Even the story itself doesn't have to be everything. If the in-game action makes me smile, then I'm okay with that at a certain price point. And $6, this game is a 360 throwback classic. This game right here, again, you can ignore the writing. Even the graphics aren't horrible, but let's be real, they're not current gen in any way, shape, or form when it comes to character models or anything like that. I don't care. What I'm having fun with is this game is set up as a stealth-based game. You have no weapons outside of a crossbow, but your dude can transform into a wolf at any time it wants to. Not a werewolf, but a wolf. And you are set up to sneak around and stealth kill enemies in the space. The AI is dumb as shit, just like the 360 era. Don't care. But they set up the whole areas so that you can take multiple paths and you've got to find your way. It is tough enough where you are going to get caught if you make a mistake. And then when you get caught, Steel, and they start shooting you, well, guess what? You go full werewolf, brother. And then it just becomes a slaughter fest. Funny. And the whole room turns red with blood. And it's freaking amazing. And you've got skill, you get skills, you got power-ups, right? You get all your classic stuff. It's got skill trees where you can use your points to power up certain aspects of your werewolf or your stealth or your plain wolf. All of it is there. And all I did was find myself smiling as I'm looking around at the bloodbath that I just caused, because you can grab dudes and execute them by ripping them apart in mid-play. Like, it's just fun. Pure fun. So for $6, if you're looking for something dumb to fool around with and just have a good time, you could do a lot worse than Werewolf the Apocalypse from my point of view. Again, nothing is going to tell you like, oh my God, this game is great. Oh my God, I don't know what people were talking about. No, I totally understand for the people that bought this at full price. Yeah, no. This is not a full price game. But for $6, yes, sir. I will take that every day and twice on Sunday. So that was the other game I jumped into as well, Steel. So fun stuff, man. Just old school, just reminded me of the glory days of the 360. So that's what I've been doing, man.
It's always dope when you come back with some of these games, man. Because again, with you being more so the guy that gets around and you're the grazer, right? You're touching on different games, playing different games. The fact that you even invested $6 into a game that a lot of people kind of looked over. That's and even that is super dope. You know what I mean? Adds a lot of variety to the conversation. So I like that. And
Masshole, yes, Bramble is still out there. I talked about this last weekend. I did not play it this week. That's why I did not bring it up. But Masshole, I know, jumped into Bramble because of me and is loving it as well. Masshole is absolutely correct. If you haven't downloaded Bramble on Game Pass, try it yet again. I will say that it is just a fantastic. There's no combat, so again it's walking, running, jumping, but the world itself feels like you were dropped in the middle of a fairy tale, literally. Like that's how good they developed the atmosphere. It is awesome. So go check out Bramble. Good shout out, Masshole.
That's super dope. And Decado says he's returning to PCMR. Everything should be here Tuesday.
Decado, let's go, brother.
The game that Pong was talking about, I don't think it's like Castlevania. If you're talking about the werewolf game, it's not like Castlevania Symphony of the Night at all. It's not a platformer or anything like that. It's a full-on 3D action.
And Symphony Night was 3D action too, but not like that. Yeah, not like that. Yeah, the ones at 360. No, the ones at 360 were 3D action. They changed up their whole formula. They're great. People didn't play them, but I loved them. But no, they're not like that. This is stealth action, so you're sneaking into like bases and that kind of stuff. And each section is its own thing, just like 360 era games. So if you sneak into a section, you get caught in that section, you murder everybody, you go to the next area, they don't know anything happened. And it starts all over again. You basically stealth, right? You're back to stealth again. That's how old school kind of setup is.
Interesting. Yeah. Chris Jones says he's writing a review for a game on the laptop. He's also reviewing. Hey, well, shout out to you, man. It sounds like you got a lot of work going on over there. Got people sending you stuff. Hey, Chris. Hey, shout out to you, man. Working hard. I know you're definitely not hardly working. You're getting to it. Putting the name out there again. Hey, the only thing I will say, Chris, you got to be careful about calling yourself Jordan, man. Jordan got the recognition he did from everybody else before he gave it. I'm pretty sure he was probably bragging the entire time. As a matter of fact, I know he was. Jordan was a hell of a shit talker back when he was really balling it out. But nonetheless, let's see. What has good old Steel been into, huh? Well, one, MGene says, Steel, I want more gameplay streams. You know what, MGene? I do need to start making that happen more often, man. When I get some time, it's one of those things. It's definitely a mental thing for me, right? Because sometimes I play games and I feel like I need to play at a certain level at all the time. And it just makes it difficult because I get in my head and I get on stream and it's like, oh, well, what if I got to do all these things? I don't know. Honestly, it's a bunch of excuses. Just a bunch of eternal things that I'm going through in my head. But those times where you want to sit down and really get your gaming in, I'm not really thinking about streaming or whichever the case. It's like sometimes I even forget to record some gameplay because I get busy throughout the week, dealing with the kids, the wife, dealing with stuff at home, outside of the home. I just get down and I just sit down. I'm like, all right, let's get some gaming in. But I do need to get some more content out to you guys because, again, we do have a channel here on Living Split Screen. I've also been fighting this thing to where, because I do treat Living Split Screen like a platform, right? Where I do still have my own channel. Now, do I use my own channel like that? Not really, unless I feel like I'm about to go on the ledge for some things or whichever the case, I want to have some interesting conversations, then I'll try to keep it kind of separate. But even that, you know, that it's not a conversation that like me and Paul have had in the background where how do we really want to treat Living Split Screen and what kind of content do we want to have here? Do we just want to separate it out by playlists and have our content be here so we can grow the platform known as Living Split Screen? That's kind of where I've kind of started moving to because, well, my thought process has been. But nonetheless, I mean, it's not really important to you guys. Kind of, I feel like it's kind of boring information to you guys. It's stuff where I'll figure out on the back end, whether I do it on Living Split Screen or I do it on my own channel to kind of grow both. I'm kind of leaning more so doing it on Living Split Screen and just kind of playlisting it out so we can continue to grow and actually have like content kind of flowing through here, right? So that's kind of my thought on that. But nonetheless, one of the games that I have jumped into this week again is Naraka Blade Point. Naraka is one of those games that I have jumped into since the release of it, right? Came to Xbox, dropped into Game Pass on release, and I played it there. Well, I was playing it on PC through the Xbox Game Pass app. Had a wonderful time with it. In the game has seen many transformations as far as like performance and things of that nature and character and balancing and things in that mindset. But the game is now coming to PlayStation. So with the game coming to PlayStation, which is extremely interesting, because again, this is definitely one of those games to where if there was a platform that I would have bet for this to be at first, it would have been PlayStation, right? But apparently, and obviously, PlayStation doesn't believe in multiplayer gaming. So, of course, they didn't make those investments. But now, it is coming. And with Naraka Blade Point and their studio being smaller, right? This isn't some huge studio, huge team working on this game. I mean, a lot of the devs and whatnot, and I think the community manager too, are pretty heavily on Twitter and Reddit, and they're looking at the different things. Cool. And they are very dope people, right? Yeah. You can tell they're really engaged with their game. The people who are invested in Naraka, they really love it. I love it. But,
I even liked it.
Yeah, I mean, Paul even liked it when he jumped into it.
Yeah. I jumped into it heavy when it first came out. Me and Steel were running every night. So,
right, yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Now, one of the things that Naraka does have, unfortunately, Naraka is a sleeper still currently. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. Now, Naraka is also one of those games, kind of like Fortnite and some of the other multiplayer games that Battle Royale-ish, where early on, they do make you feel really good about the game, right? They want you to get in there, feel like you can do some things, feel like you can fill out the combat, and feel like you can be versatile. But after some time, and again, this is probably going to be after about 10 hours of gameplay, which is pretty fair, right? You'll get in there for 10 hours. You can decide at that point whether it's something that you want to continue to invest in. But after about that time, you're going to run into some actual people. The main issue that I have with Naraka is that the ranking balancing still isn't where it needs to be, right? Unfortunately. I mean, now that's a thing that's still in a lot of these online multiplayer games, but I think it's because of the player base, right? You have too much of a player base that have been playing since the beginning, so versus the newer folks. So you'll find people, like for an example, myself, who are in that middle ground of, hey, I'm not necessarily like a noob per se, quote unquote, but I'm also not like of the upper echelon of people who are like no life this game, right? They, you know how every weapon works, you know how every combo is going to play out, you know all the timings to everything, right? I'm not of that echelon. I got to play the game more to get back into familiarity with those things. There's no in between, right? It's either I'm going full out, full board, smacking folks up, or I'm getting smacked around by people who know life, right? But the game just feels good to play, right? The optimization is through the roof now. I was playing with Perfect Shogun. Shout out to you, brother, man. He was saying that it felt better than it ever did on the Xbox, right? Now, I haven't played it on the box, so I didn't know what that experience was like. So for him to say that, hey, this experience has gotten better over time is a beautiful thing. Now, a lot of the gameplay that you are going to end up seeing today, I was trying to do some 2v2 or do twos, right? But I was solo queuing. So you're going to find me in a lot of situations, probably getting clapped up because I'm trying to fight two people, man. Like I'm fighting teams of two. These people obviously have fought together before. They know the mechanics of the game, right? So they're completely taking advantage of me, making sure they're smacking me around. This guy stood over my body, right? For those who are watching live. But it's been fun to get back into. Naraka is one of those where, best way that I can explain it, it's like playing a huge game of rock, paper, scissors, right? It's a melee, it's a melee-based battle royale, right? Now, there are like guns and stuff like that. They got like crossbows and regular bow and arrows and things like that. That, again, those things do have a place in here, right? So it's one of those that can be extremely complicated. It has a high skill gap, but it also has a pretty easy entry point, right? It's very new player friendly. They want you to make sure that you understand what the game is. Again, you don't have to play ranked. You can play quick play. You'll probably run into some better matches. I probably should have did some quick play, but I didn't. So I mean, it kind of is what it is. And Palm's bars are going crazy for a reason, but I'll fix that in a second. The other thing too, I'm still on Diablo. Diablo 4 is still right on cue for me. I am level 97 in Diablo currently though. So I am at a point to where, again, I'm in that top 5%, top 1%, I guess, of people who are playing Diablo currently. And this is me. I'm not no life in the game. This is me still having to do things in the background, casually playing Diablo. The thing that's probably beneficial to me is that I have a thing to where a lot of the times when I play one game, I fully throw myself at that game, right? That's going to be the only game that I play for X amount of time. And Diablo was one of those, and shout out to Diablo for that. But there are the issues that I have with Diablo that I feel like shouldn't be there, especially for a known IP. That are frustrating to me. And again, for when you're at that high of a level, again, you do have to ask yourself, hey, what's the stopping point for me? What is my overall goal with it? I thought it was going to be PvP. It's not. Obviously, PvP is not going to be the space, right? Now, again, it may be now. I haven't tried PvP again since I've got to the level that I'm at. But it just feels extremely unbalanced. It feels like everything feels like an afterthought as far as the end game goes. Whereas, as far as the game in totality, you can tell that it was definitely tailored for. I'm not necessarily going to say the casual audience, but more so, it made it easier for people to understand and get into Diablo 4, which is perfectly fine. Again, I do feel as though because the power creep, right? You can go all the way to tier 100 nightmare dungeons. And yeah, I can hit crazy numbers and everything else like that. But there is something to say about once you get to tier 50 nightmare dungeons, I personally feel like there should be something else after that tier 50 nightmare dungeon to help you continue to progress or give you some feeling of progression, whether that allows you to take more damage, because it becomes very one-sided, right? I did a tier 66 nightmare dungeon, give you an example. The enemies are level 120, and I could do the damage, right? I can do the damage to kill them, but I can't take the damage. And it becomes I just get one hit by everything, and that doesn't remotely make sense to me, right? I put in all this effort to put this build together, and you're telling me I got to play cat and mouse with the enemies now to even get some form of enjoyment. And I'm not talking about, I could take 2, 3, maybe 4 hits. No, I'm talking about the enemy swing one time, no matter what enemy that it is, and they kill me. It just feels extremely unbalanced at that point. It's like, what is the point of doing these high tier dungeons, right? You don't get anything additionally for them. You're not getting any better gear outside of a higher chance for you to get consistent ancestral gear, which is ideal. But again, Diablo, I just feel is in a space to where we as gamers have to decide what your, and me as a gamer, I have to decide what my stopping point, right? Right now, I feel like I'm at a stopping point outside of grouping up with the homies, us getting together, running dungeons, and us just having a good time, right? I'm ready for the new season to pop up. I'm going to switch up classes, so we'll see how that goes, and then I'll see how I feel about the game at that point. But there's a lot of competition for Diablo, man. I got Exo Prime that's coming in at the end of the month. I got Atlas Fallen that's around the corner. Once Armor Core drops, I'll tell you guys right now, MG, if you're still listening, brother, man, you want more streams from me? I'm gonna guarantee you that there's definitely going to be plenty of Armor Core streams because I'm about to go buck wild nasty with Armor Core release. I've watched that trailer for Armor Core at least 20 times. I'm super excited to get into there. Just the graphical fidelity of that game, even with it being cross-gen, it's just astronomical, and there's so much more than I could have ever asked for out of a mech game. It has me super excited. I hope that the PvP is going to be good in that. And then, Ducato. Why did you? It's the game that I keep forgetting about, but I know that I'm going to play when it releases. Remnant 2. Remnant 2, man. Remnant 2 is going to be a really good time. I think that's going to be another one I might do some streaming for because that is more of a game that you do get some co-op and you get some drop in, drop out co-op action going in there. In the game, after playing the first Remnant, I didn't play it in like the way that you're supposed to, right? Because you're supposed to play the game over and over and over again to help get your build up. And the game changes every time that you play through it. So I didn't do that with the first Remnant because I kind of jumped into it late. I did give it a good playthrough, and I did like what I played of it, right? So I'm super excited what Remnant 2 is bringing to the table because the bosses are to the 10th level. The environment seemed to be taking advantage of them having some more capital, having more time, actually having a player base that they know are going to be a dedicated player base of people that they know are going to jump into it. So I'm excited for that. Split Difference says, Living Splitscreen, I think you should stream Anthem. Since you love Armor Core so much, you gotta love Anthem, right, Steel? I did love Anthem, and I do love Anthem, and I would love to go back to Anthem if they had fucking content to get into. I jumped back into Anthem, and I was like, bro, like, why can't I just queue up for like a good dungeon or like some good, and like I would like try to load in with some folks, and there would be nothing there. I'd load into the open world and there was nothing there. I'd be flying around like as good as that feels. There's nothing. And my character that I had was like so overpowered. It's like I'm going through just killing shit like it's no problem. They do. EA definitely needs to sell the IP there. They need to either sell it or they just need to give the IP to Motive maybe. I mean, they're already making an Iron Man game. Why not just let them make Anthem? You know what I mean? Like, I just, Anthem 2, wherever that's at, because I know that they said that they put that off to the side. Wherever it's at, they need to put a team on that and get that shit released. Because that is such a underutilized IP currently, and there is literally no other game like it.
EA ain't going back to that.
Which is unfortunate, man, because it's just like it's like that Ubisoft mentality. Like you have something there. You're not going to support it?
You think so?
You're not going to put the work into it? And maybe it is the underlying systems that are the issue and because of development and everything else. But for the time that they had to actually develop the game, what I'm thinking was something crazy, like they only had 2 years to actually create what we got from Anthem. It's crazy to think of that the game still ended up being a decent game. What if they would have had 4 to 6 years to actually work on the game of totality? What could the game have been at that point? But I don't know, man. That drives me up the wall. Look, EA, if you guys ever hear this, hire me. I'm your Met guy. I like people in suits. I do. I like Iron Man. Talk to me. I can get some things in there. That's pretty much been most of my week. Naraka and Diablo. I don't think there's really. I'm still playing Neo 2, so there's that. I jumped back into Wolong. I beat the DLC, but I ended up uninstalling it again because it was just like, it just feels flat. I don't feel like there's any real progression for me to chase in there where there is in Neo 2, right? There's a whole other game, and again, they said the game opens up even more after you beat the game the first time. But I'm playing it really very, very casually because there are other games that are on the horizon that I'm probably going to end up throwing more of my time into. So I'm kind of in a few different places. But I am jumping back into Rock a little bit more seriously again. Keep putting that in the main rotation. So anybody, if you guys just found out about Naraka Blade Point, you want to get some runs in, definitely hit me up. Let me know. We can definitely get it in, man. I'm definitely down. And MG says, I kind of got tired of Wolong. Bro, the thing that really pulled me back into it, especially with the DLC, it reminded me how much I love that parry system. I love it. It's amazing. That's probably one of the best things that Team Ninja did for that game. Although I don't know why they didn't like add a lot of the other elements from like Neo and things like that, especially for the end game, to give people the reason to continue to be invested. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Nonetheless, that's been kind of my week thus far as games go. So yeah, man.
I like it.
Split Difference says, what did you call him still? What did I call who? Did I call somebody something funny?
I don't know. I don't know, Splin. What are you listening to?
What are you listening to over there, Split? Let me know. But Pong, I mean, where do we go from here? You want to get into these upcoming games?
Yeah, we can get into these upcoming games. And first of all, let me give the chat a shout out.
Please do.
Because it got to do this because we appreciate every single one of you. If you're lurking behind the scenes and I don't get your name, listen, still love you. Okay. So nothing but respect from me and Steele for being here every Saturday morning. Again, got over 50 people in here as we always do on Living Splitscreen every Saturday morning. Thank you all for being here. Talos, Ray's in the house. Red Monkey Butt. What is going on? It's Timmy. It's Timmy's here. What's going on? It's Timmy, the aforementioned Splendiferous. Blue Moon FC. What is going on, brother? Great to have you a part of our show. Decado is here, of course. The one, the only Jesse Darby dropping in here saying morning, Pong and Steel. Morning to you, Jesse Darby. And of course, the OG Nix is in here stirring up trouble. What's going on, Nix? Great to have you, sir. You know that. M. Gene is in the house. Tim, the Sorcerer, is here. What's going on, Sork? Love to see you dropping on in here, brother. We got who else? We got Masshole 1977. We got the one, the only Lady Foxfire in the house. What's going on, lady? Great to have you dropping in here saying hi. Appreciate that. C-Unit, Chris Jones, of course, is in here. Of course, from the Iron Lords and Lognet over there. What's going on, Chris? Who else we got here? We got ATLs in the house. What's going on? We got Lord Roughness. What's going on, Lord Roughness? Salute to you. G-Wave is in the house. What's going on, G-Wave? Let's see.
Stanley Francois.
What's going on, Stanley? Great to have you, sir. We got El Nini is in the house. What's going on, El Nini? Great to have you dropping on in here in our chat. Man, so many. We got Chargasm in the house. What's going on, Char? We got who else? I know we got more people because I saw a bunch of people jumping in here early. We got the Hooded Canuck in the house. Ooh. What's going on, Hooded? Did I already say Talos Ray? Talos Ray is here. What's going on, Talos? We got Web Dave in the house. Mr. Interviewer Extraordinaire has interviewed basically everybody in the community. What's going on, Web? Great to see you. We got Rescue Squad Culp in the house. We got the one, the only Sick Slayer is in here. What's going on, Sick? Always great to see you, brother. Who else? Oh, Fuzzy Belvedere, brother from another, dropped in here early. We will be talking later tonight on the Shop Podcast. What's going on, Fuzz? We got Dip Down Anime in here. What's going on, Dip? Who else? We got the brother Wandering Dutch is in the house from the Midweek Mix-Up Collective. What's going on, Wandering? Congrats again on 3 years, sir. Just 3 years of podcasting for them over there. Fanto, sir. What's going on, Fanto, sir? We got Isaac Gentry in the house. What's going on, Isaac? Let's see. We got Game Pass Dad, otherwise known as Pickle Papa. What is going on? Great to see you, sir. Just had a nice conversation with him last night on Xbox Ultimate. We got Casket Repair in the house as well. We got Andrew Cullinane dropping on through here. Listen, we got Galveston. What's going on, Galveston? We got the Fahim Scott. What is going on, Fahim? Thank you all for joining myself and Steel Rain on another episode of Living Split Screen on a beautiful Saturday morning. Great to see every single person in here. And again, if you're looking, love you all the same. So let's see here. We got upcoming games this week, Steel, and this is going to be the week of July the 10th already. We are flying through the year closer and closer to Starfield's coming, folks. We are 60 days out. Can't wait. And of course, in between is Baldur's Gate 3, which we might talk about a little bit because I wasn't planning on buying another game, but Baldur's Gate 3 has definitely earned its spot. So let's go. We got the week of July the 10th. And of course, we're doing this from GameInformer.com. Again, not perfect. And I'm also going to hit up Xbox Wire as well to see what they've got to say coming on Xbox. So let's see here. Coming this week, starting with July the 12th, we've got Mordau. I think that's how you pronounce it. It's Mordhau. Mordau is coming. And this is a new, very action-based medieval battling, right? This is classic here. Medieval warfare, like Warhammer, Vermintide 2. Chivalry, of course, has been chivalry, of course. Medieval warfare is what I meant to say. The full one. That's what this game looks like. It is developed by Criterion. Something.
Criterion. Yeah.
Yeah, Criterion. Something like that. Anyways, this has been released on PC back in 2019. It is now coming to consoles this week. So if you guys are into Chivalry, definitely check this out. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One. Then a game that a lot of people, small indie game, Oxenfree, which originally came out on Xbox, of course, and everything else as well. Oxenfree 2 Lost Signals is due out this week, coming to PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Switch, PC, Mac, iOS, and Android, skipping Xbox this time around, which is kind of sad. And obviously Netflix as well. I don't know why they didn't include that, but this is now a Netflix game because they bought this.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So Oxenfree 2 Lost Signals coming out this week. Again, if you played the first Oxenfree, you know it was a tantalizing type game, kind of kept you guessing, very simplistic graphic wise, but it actually made an impact on how minimalistic it was and how it did it. Oxenfree 2 definitely has a fan base already established. And so again, sad not to see it on Xbox, but here we go. It's coming to Mac. It is strange. Gravity Circuit coming out to PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Switch, and PC this week as well. Another one skipping Xbox, unfortunately, developed by Domesticated Ant Games, published by PID Games. It is an action-based game, so go check that out. Gravity Circuit this week.
Really?
Yeah. And then we've got Steel. Finally, we played the beta, sir, and had a really, really good time. XO Primal. Dropping this week.
Got some worries, but nonetheless.
Yep, that's fine. We can have worries. There's certainly some concerns to be had, but it is in Game Pass day and date, which definitely does help. So no risk, folks. Again, from what we played in the beta, we had a blast playing it. Does it have legs? That, I think, for me, is the biggest question. Do they have the content to keep this going like an Overwatch? Because that's pretty much what this is. It's a hero based game. But XO Primal from Capcom, of course, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC. Again, day and date for Game Pass. Exoprimal's got some really good to it. So Steel, go ahead. What are your concerns, sir?
No, I mean just Exoprimal in itself, because they've came out, and I don't know if they've changed it completely or whichever the case. But apparently they made it more PvE friendly, which would be PvP friendly. Where I mean I liked what they had in the beta, as far as how they treated the PvP. Given it, I don't know, for me it was like high octane action. Like I get, like Jasper made the point, well, you know, it's not gonna take long for people to come out with a meta way, and it's gonna slam through, and it's never gonna be fair. And again, I feel like a lot of those things, and this is coming from Capcom too, and Capcom's been on a stride here recently. So it's kind of like I hope that this one isn't a miss. More so because of me being a mecha fan, because I love robots, the whole us killing swarms of dinos, in the performance that they've done on this. Obviously, the game is pretty well optimized. RE Engine is putting in fucking work in this game. But with that being said, though, with them trying to make it more PvE focused versus PvP, I just hope that they make it an additional mode, or give me personally something that is going to be more PvP friendly, because I do think that this game has some potential there, right? And again, maybe that's just me. I do think the game still can be some fun. Again, you see that Capcom isn't scared to use some of their own creative juices, right? One of the skins for the characters in the game is a robotic Ryu, which I mean, I think is dope. I wasn't expecting that, right? But the fact that they're not taking it overly serious, and because the game, I mean, again, there's no way that you look at Exoprimal and say, oh, this game is serious. No, right? Like they had a chance to potentially make it somewhat serious, but as soon as you get the whole aspect of the AI and the dinos and the dialogue, it doesn't have to be, right? Not every game has to be overly serious. So I don't know. I have a lot of hope and I have a lot of ambition for it. I do hope that it does have some good legs. I mean, I'm gonna play it when it releases, right? To see how it feels again. I didn't like the last couple of times that they presented it, right? The last few showings that they had were them giving the same information out, but trying to explain it 3 different ways. And it made it boring, right? It didn't bring an additional energy to the game. And it's just weird when certain people, like when certain developers or whichever the case, that don't have that knack to talk to the people. And it could just been a foreign thing, because there was a language barrier there, right? Where the things that he was saying had to be translated over, but he just didn't seem like he was he was just like, yeah, you know, this is our Exoprimal, and these are the things that are going to be happening in the game. Like, this was like, you guys see how I am now, audio listeners? I know you can't see, but if you could tell in my voice, yeah, you know, it's just the way that he was talking about the game. It was just like, are you excited about the game? Like, I don't, but maybe he was somebody at a higher level, and typically, you know, it takes those lower level folks, the people who are actually putting in the work, to talk about the game, to get the players excited, right? So I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't fall to the wayside. There's a lot of games that are coming out. Again, Atlas Fallen is in August also. So it's like, you know, 2 weeks of an Exoprimal. Honestly, I'll be quite frank. Exoprimal actually has about 6 days to show me how worth it's going to be or not, because then the Diablo season drops. And if we all get sucked into the Diablo season again, that's going to be easily another I can't even tell you how many hours it's going to be, because I mean, if we all end up playing different classes, whatever the case may be, if we do it the same way we did this preseason,
right,
I'm not going to have time to play fucking a different game.
Right.
So it's like, I don't know. We'll see. Diablo and Exoprimal both have something to prove to me here coming up. I mean, again, I'm excited for it. So let's see what happens.
I definitely think Diablo 4 is, I mean, again, I'm planning on putting the time into it again, because this will be my one and only season before Starfield shows up in Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah. So I definitely want to get runs in.
I get you next.
Because I'm going to be going single player for quite a long time. So definitely going to be interesting to see how this works out. But yeah, Exoprimal, again, anytime a game comes out and this guy right here can place first consistently in the entire match, I like that game because it doesn't happen very often. So I liked what I got out of Exoprimal. So that's it from Game Informer. Now I'm going to switch over here to the Xbox Wire because they put out their update for the upcoming week. And there are a couple different games that weren't on that list. So we've got Sea Horizon coming out. Embark on this is July 10th for Xbox. I don't know if it's coming anywhere else. Again, this is Xbox Wire. Embark on a perilous adventure in a classic role-playing style with dice rolls and card-based actions to govern your fate. In the world of Sea Horizon, every step counts, a journey of survival and high adventure. Sea Horizon is a rogue-like turn-based RPG presented in a 3D bird's eye view of a hex grid map that's different every time you set out to explore the shattered I hate this word, archipelago of Mirren is the name of the world. So Sea Horizon on July 10th sounds like a me game. I might have to go look at that one real quick.
Yes.
And then we got one that's coming to Game Pass this week as well, because Xbox did put out their Game Pass games coming up. Common Hood is coming. This is on July the 11th. Common Hood is a squatter settlement simulation game with highly customizable base building tools. Again, up my alley. Don't know how much time I'm going to have for this, but gathering salvage materials, grow your own food, research new technology, craft new tools, and build a new home. Explore and discover unique characters that will go from strangers to family, helping the community overcome the shortage of food and shelter. So that is also coming in again, dropping the Game Pass day and date, July 11th. Then we got a cool looking game. I have looked at this one called Rain World. Inspired by the simplicity and aesthetics of 16-bit classics, the survival platformer requires clever decision making, both to catch your own prey and avoid the jaws of hungry predators. Each ravenous foe in your path will be cunning, vicious, and always on the hunt, eager to sink their teeth into you or each other. Reminds me a little bit of Ori. Again, not going to necessarily be for me, but it looks really cool. So Rain World is coming July 11th as well. Then we got a game that I definitely going to hop into at some point, The Valiant. This has been out on PC for a while, I believe. July 11th, follow the story of Theoderic von Achenberg, a former Crusader knight who, after becoming disillusioned with the cruelty of war, is called back into action. The Valiant is a squad-based RTS set in the 13th century Europe and the Middle East, where you'll command and level up your medieval knights as you fight through an epic single-player campaign. Then take your skills to online in both cooperative and competitive multiplayer modes. The Valiant, definitely what I've had my eye on. I remember seeing this in one of the showcases last year, I think for PC. It might have been Future Game Show, by the way. The Valiant drops on July the 11th as well. And then we've got Dead Man's Diary coming July the 12th. You're on your own in a world full of danger. Drink only if you discover water. Survive the night only if you have a place to sleep. Eat only what you have found or hunted. Dead Man's Diary is a unique blend of elements from several genres. The gameplay adopts typical survival game mechanics, such as crafting items or exploring hostile world, along with the need to find places to sleep or for food, and enriches it with a gripping story and realistic puzzles. Dead Man's Diary. That is also coming. We already covered Mordau, I think is how it's pronounced. We got Strike Force Kitty coming July 12th. A humorous, light platformer about cats and kittens. Command a squad of 4 cute kittens. Save an adorable princess as you train your tabbies into tigers and power them up with 350 plus costume steel.
It's talking to me.
Cat game made for you.
That's talking to me.
Each level is by finding an optimal path with new abilities to discover and new ways of completing the level, and find costumes along the way. They might as well just name the Steel's Kitty Play Force.
It might as well.
Perfect.
Might as well.
It might as well have. Strike Team Gladius. Enlist your strike team and drop planetside into an intense sci-fi war zone in the turn-based tactical combat game Strike Team Gladius. Make tactical decisions and employ ruthless strategies to achieve each mission. Choose from your team from 22 unique classes, ranging from lethal snipers to brutal melee specialists, with a campaign featuring 40 combat missions, each with their own special objectives and win conditions. Is this a PC only game? Because that sounds absolutely cool as hell. And I would let's see here. not available. What is nope. It's coming on Xbox and Xbox Series. Okay, Xbox One and Series consoles. It is a console game. Strike Force Team or Strike Team Gladius. This is definitely going to be on my damn, that looks kind of cool.
It's kind of
All
interesting.
right. Ed Zero Zombie Uprising, Japan 1854. This is July 13th. At a time when the country was in isolation, Western countries were undergoing zombie industrial revolution, and we're in search of new settlements to conquer. Soon, the black ships arrived and demanded entry into the country. This allowed zombies to infest the country, but a group of people with mysterious powers unaffected by zombies appeared. Now hunt the zombies as they begin to restore Japan to the way it was in this action game where you will play as a samurai, sumo wrestler, or ninja. Yo. I like these types of games too, Steel.
Yeah, sounds interesting.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not old school graphics. It's
oh wow, okay.
Graphic. I mean, it's definitely action based. Oh, we got some. It's got some cell shade. I don't know if those are cutscenes or if those are no. That looks like actual gameplay where it goes to a very comic book style look to it as well. On top of being realistic, I wonder if that's a special move or something. Yeah, that looks kind of cool, folks. Again, if you're looking for a hack and slasher, Ed Zero Zombie Uprising. That is the name of that one. So go check that out. X-Force Under Attack. July 13th is a sequel to the X-Force Genesis, a space shooter that channels shmups from the 80s and 90s. I always liked my shmups, although they're very hard for me these days. Here, the X-Force squad will fight to prevent General Lava and his troops from invading and dominating the planet Genesis. We already talked about Exoprimal, so that is your upcoming week of games, folks. So a lot more included in the Xbox Wire than there was on Game Informer. That's for damn sure. But that's why I pulled it up this week. So got some things to look forward to. Exoprimal being one of them, sir.
Yeah, Jacob Novik, he said, we can't see the upcoming games list. That's because Paul was going over a different list. And I didn't have that set up already on my end, so it's all good.
My fault for not sending it to Steel ahead of time.
It's all good. I just wanted to let him know. That's all it was. We showed what we had, and then I'll flip it back to normal so Paul can list out the other games that we have coming up, and then we go from there. No, it's all good. It ain't a big deal. A lot of it's those are more Xbox focused games, so I'm not really like. I mean, for to give them a shout out is perfect anyway. So I mean, it is what it is. Ain't no big deal. All right. And then Fahim Scott, he was asking about getting a Steam Deck. He says his homie lined up, got an ally, and is wanting to sell him his Steam Deck. But he was like, I don't have a PC right now. And I was just telling Fahim, like, yeah, man, I was currently, because he says he is looking at a good in the pre-built. I personally would get a PC before I got the Steam Deck, because you are going to need the PC to do some of the finagling potentially that you might want to do, right? He also said he was like, he doesn't really have a Steam account or anything like that. If you don't have a library already, I personally wouldn't recommend getting a Steam Deck, because you're really limiting yourself, right? Now, once you have a PC, you got all that up and running, then it's going to give you plenty of room to play with, because at that point, you can watch a couple videos, you can get set up with some emulators on the Steam Deck. You can really take full advantage of the device. Whereas like with the ROG Ally, it's kind of a 2-in-1 device, right? So if you were willing to spend money on the Steam Deck, maybe take that money, unless he was just giving you a killer deal, then again, I can't. There ain't nothing wrong with that. If he was giving you a killer deal, then yeah, a killer deal is a deal. But if it was the same amount of price, maybe $100 to $200 difference, maybe even $300 between what he's offering you and for you to get an Ally. If you don't have a PC yet, I would say get an Ally, just because it is more PC focused, right? It has Windows on it. It'll feel really familiar. You can treat it like it's a PC, from everything that I've seen.
Game Pass ready.
And it is Game Pass ready. So you get a lot of those benefits. You could download Steam on there, have all the access to the games. Again, with it being a Windows device, there's a lot of those things that the Steam Deck, with it being more Steam focused, would probably be more beneficial if you're looking for a ease of use case, right? So that's kind of my perspective. And again, I don't have either device. Mainly, if I was going to choose one, I would definitely probably go with the ROG Ally, just because it fits. It would probably fit my use case more. But I'm just not I'm not out like that, right? If I was traveling and it made sense, I would definitely go for one of those devices. But since I'm not,
Yeah.
I just don't see I don't see a reason to spend my money there when I can spend it in the.
And you hinted at it too, Steel, from everything I've heard. And again, I'm not the tech guy, but I've listened to a lot of tech guys. And from everything I've heard from you and from Kay Asante and from others in the community, the Steam Deck is definitely a tinkerer's machine. More so than the ROG Ally. The ROG Ally, like you said, Steel, is customer friendly up front. Like for those that don't want to get down and dirty behind the scenes, downloading new software and all that kind of stuff and messing around on the insides. The ROG Ally is definitely just more plug and play for the most part. There are some things you have to do with the ROG Ally, but for the most part, it's just plug and play, ready to rock and roll. And
Exactly.
like you said, Steel, if you don't have a Steam library, everybody's been saying the ROG Ally is the way to go. Like if you're not like Steam guy, the ROG Ally is definitely much more your machine. For sure.
So, everything that I've
and you have access to everything. Yeah, Epic
exactly.
Store, GOG, everything is you have full access to it because it's Windows based.
Exactly.
So, yep.
And Back from the Dead, just for our audio listeners too, I think this is good for you guys to know. Steam Summer Sale does go until July 13th. If you have a PC, Steam Deck, or Asus ROG Ally, or getting one, there's plenty of great games on. Appreciate that back. 100% true. Definitely take advantage of the Steam sale that's currently going on. I don't see any games in there currently that I'm wanting to invest into. There's some good prices on some stuff in there that I wasn't expecting. But again, I also have to kind of be realistic with myself. And say, hey, what are you going to play? What are you not going to play? And I still have so many games that are in my backlog that are just like, should I buy more games or should I play games? And I've just kind of getting to a point where it's just like, I'd rather play the games that I got. Again, there are games that are coming that I will make that sacrifice for and say, I'm just going to, these other games continue to be in the backlog. But again, it's just my perspective. There's definitely a lot of good stuff in there, though.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I'm just going to be buying a bunch of older stuff. For
shit!
What's going on?
Fahim, he's going to sell you the Steam Deck for $320. What? Again, is it the bottom line Steam Deck or is it the top of the line Steam Deck? Because if it's the top of the line Steam Deck and he's being a friend and selling it to you for $320,
might have to pull the trigger on that one.
If it were me, I would get it to at least flip it. If it were me.
The friend's going to ask you, though, how's the Steam Deck?
Yeah, I flipped it. I flipped that shit. No, it's just like that price. He said, yeah, it's the top one.
Oh, it's a top one? Oh, yeah, that price. Yeah.
$320 for that Steam Deck with the Steam sale going on right now.
Yeah.
Fahim, the only reason why why I would have to agree with Nick's on I still wouldn't buy it because you don't have a PC. You're going to be limited to the Steam store.
Let's put it this way. Fahim, if you can buy both that and still get your PC, right, and you're planning on getting a PC, then I would do it in advance knowing that I was going to get the PC. If buying the Steam Deck is going to delay or prevent you from getting the PC, then yeah, Nix and Steel are probably right.
Yeah. I would much rather you get a PC and then get one of those devices after.
Yeah.
But to limit yourself that way, I personally wouldn't suggest just because of the limitations that it has, right? He said he's got 500 saved up. If you got 500 saved up, I would hold off from the Steam Deck. I would just hold off, right? Personally, I would try to see if you got 500 saved up. I mean, you're right there, ROG Ally territory anyway already. So it's like at that point you could make a good decision on what you'd want to do. And I feel like we're going on a slight side tangent, but I feel like this is a great conversation to have because there might be other people out there that are asking themselves the same question, right? Hey, we got these handheld devices out there. They've been put on the market. And again, what's crazy to me about this entire handheld market, the way that it's being marketed now is this market has always existed. It's existed for some time. The Steam Deck made made people realize that they can have it and it be accessible at a good price point. Then the ROG Ally has doubled down on that fact and is giving Steam good competition. So it's one of those things to where, yeah, I personally would hold off because, again, I feel like getting a PC would be more important. But if you want to find a middle ground for any shape, form, or reason, I would go ROG Ally. If you wanted to find a middle ground, something you could take with you all wherever, something you could still use as a PC if you wanted to, has upgradable capabilities. Again, it's super. It's more user friendly. Yeah. Again, it's a good price. And I don't want to, again, you might feel like well, I'm trying to be a friend to you, bro. You want to buy it? Again, it is, tell him to go make his money off of it. You got other plans. You're trying to get a piece. Again, I do think those things are more personally. But nonetheless. All right. So let's see. Where do we go from here? I think that we should probably start with one of the most talked about things this week. So sorry guys, if you've heard this conversation happen multitudes of times. I know you haven't heard it here from people who are actively playing the game, and that's Diablo 4. There's a lot of controversy going around Diablo 4 right now because of the season drama. What I mean by the season drama is the things that are moving with you going into the new seasons, and the things that aren't. And the conversation behind, one, it is true that Diablo 4 currently has probably the most players that Diablo has ever had. And there is some truth in, hey, you need to take advantage of the player base while you have it, right? So for an example, I am on one side of a mind frame that this first season should be kind of accessible to everybody. Whether that is, you get access to seasonal content with your Eternal character, or whichever the case, for this first season, at least. Mainly because of the fact you have more people playing than ever. There are a lot of people who aren't me and Pong. Actually, I think majority of the player base is not people like Pong and myself, where you're over level 70, grinding out higher tier 50 plus nightmare dungeons, for even 40 plus nightmare dungeons, trying to continuously build up your character, right? Most people aren't there. And you didn't take us off. You didn't take us off topic for him. You're perfect. I appreciate you. You're bringing your stuff here, so you're perfectly fine.
Nope, we do that all the time for you.
Exactly.
We interact with the chat, brother.
Exactly. So with Diablo 4, I do want Blizzard to take advantage of the player base that they have, just because it does make sense. Now, some of the things that I heard from the most recent little dev stream that they did, when they were covering everything that was happening in the season and whatnot, and I'll go over some of the nuances and whatnot here in a moment. But some of the nuances that I picked out from the dev stream is, I do feel like some of the smoke and the rumors that we got about Diablo 4 having some issues, and the questions that were getting put out there as far as the game being ready for release, are starting to show some of their head, right?
Really?
I do think Rod is doing really well managing it, right?
Sure.
I do think that Blizzard at some point lost vision and didn't get that vision back in line until Rod came in. And that's why the game was able to come out as polished or as put together as it was. The reason I say that is, okay, so for an example, like the whole fast travel snafu that we had, where it was like, because we asked the question, oh, well, why don't they just let us teleport directly into the dungeon, for an example?
Mm-hmm.
They stated that that's something that they never even considered. That wasn't even a design choice for them. So when they added the feature, the reason why it teleports you outside of the dungeon, because that was the quickest way to address the issue without breaking the game. Right? So, okay, that quality of life wasn't, that quality of life example wasn't there. There were some other things too, that I'm trying to remember, pull good examples out of. Or the other thing, the stash space wasn't a consideration to them. They didn't think people would end up having a problem with it. The gym tab, they didn't think people would have a problem with it. There's a lot of those quality of life things that if you were, and again, they said that they play this game every day and whatnot. I'm not going to say that they're liars, but I do have a question, and this is kind of, and again, this is, I feel like I'll always find these problems because I do tend to play games in the harder difficulty and tend to reach the end game for the games that I do play. It does seem as though nobody played the end game because I personally don't understand how you get to, and they still haven't addressed this. I personally don't understand how you get to that tier 50 or there was a high nightmare tiers and you didn't feel that there was an issue. Oh, if unless people play a certain way, they're never going to progress past this point. And now me and Jasper have had some interesting conversations about this, and we kind of come to the conclusion that, hey, well, they just didn't put a lot of focus into that. Their focus was on everything before that because they know that the majority of people aren't going to reach that. Mm-hmm. Now, the thing that I fought Jasper back on that is this isn't your first Diablo. Correct. It's not like Path of Exile doesn't exist. It's not like Last Epoch doesn't exist. It's not like other RPGs don't exist that you could have pulled examples from to get a better baseline for what your end game could or should be. Which brought me to the point that, damn, I kind of feel like some of the rumors that we were hearing were true in some facet because it feels like things are very short-sighted, at least to me. Now, again, this is coming from the perspective of somebody, I don't know what my time is on this game, but I know I have at least 110 hours in. I have to.
You got more than that.
I have to.
Because I think I'm at like 120 or something like that. So you got more than me.
Okay, so if Paul has 120, I probably have about 150.
You might even have more.
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
So with that taken in perspective,
yeah,
I am trying to be understanding, but at the same time, it's kind of frustrating because I expected more out of Blizzard because this isn't your first rodeo. An end game is something that is extremely important, especially for your hardcore base. Hey, what is the power progression? What is the power creep? When does things start to become an issue? Hey, when you get the Nightmare tier 50, you're just going to start taking an unreasonable amount of damage. And there's literally very minimal in the game that you can do to prevent you from taking damage. Paul, when you say things like resistances aren't going to be fixed until season 2,
yeah,
that tells me that the game wasn't fucking ready. A lot of the classes, Sorcerer, for an example, although Sorcerer is dumb strong, but when you have classes that need resistances to help with their survivability, in the resistances, Rogue 2, Druid, all the classes have them at some form of fashion. When you have classes that use resistances, take advantage of resistance, and they seem like they're not working, and then you have the dev team confirm, hey, it's not working as intended. And then you tell me it's not going to be fixed until season 2. Then why is it in the game? You're giving me another element to the game that I'm maybe missing out on, asking myself questions about in preseason, and then expect for me to just suck this shit up when season 1 comes up. Like, I get the extra things that you're adding in, like they're adding the malignant hearts, and they're adding things that you can add onto your gear where you can, make your gear and make your build different. And maybe, just maybe, the preseason was exactly that, just the preseason.
Correct.
Right? Was prep time. I personally still have an issue with that. I'm not even gonna lie to you. As somebody who paid $100 for this game, I have an issue with that. The fact that the season 1 didn't start when the game released is a fucking problem for me, personally.
Okay.
Mainly because again, I feel like it iterates to the fact that you weren't ready. You needed more time. So you released what you had with the promise to fix things later.
Correct.
Not only that, though, is that the issues that the game released with, you would have never implemented if the people didn't say something to you. So it's just,
yeah.
to me, it's just as a developer who isn't new to this space and has other examples to look to, and you don't have to walk in the dark. It's the issue that I have with Destiny. You don't have to walk in the dark, so why are you walking in the dark? Acting like nothing else exists out there in the ether. Now, again, this is coming from the perspective of somebody who has over 100 hours into the game. Sure. But I'm also hearing this, and again, you have some people that are out here at level 40 and level 50 talk about they're bored of the game and haven't beat the campaign yet. Guys, can we like really reevaluate like your thought process on how this game is boring because I gotta wait for this person to play the campaign and I can't progress. I gotta make another character and I feel like I can't do anything because the campaign, I gotta beat the campaign first. The game's boring because I gotta beat the campaign first. There's nothing else there. I don't get that. I will never understand that. Anybody who is level 50 and under and hasn't beat the game, I cannot take what you're telling me as any factual information. Matter of fact, I can even say up till you beat the game's is a 9 out of 10. Easily. It's when you get into the end of the game where you start running into some of the problems. Where you start finding an issue. Maybe that progression from tier 3 to tier 4, like Pong experienced, like I experienced, where it's just like it didn't feel natural. If you weren't with a buddy, it didn't feel right. No. It felt like there was too much of a gap there. You need to go grind out tier 3 some more, and then you can move into tier 4. Where it's like, okay, I get that, but even me and Jasper who did that, it still didn't feel natural, right? Something's off.
Here's
go ahead, my fault. Go ahead.
No. I'm just trying to catch up here with everything that you said. So I kind of want to hop in here a little bit. And then I'll let you continue too if you got more points to make here, because this is complex, because this is a complex game, number one, right? So this is a complex issue, and I don't know if there's a right answer for this, Steel. I think that what you've said is not wrong by any stretch of the imagination, but I feel, and again, these are just opinions because none of us will ever know what's going on in these studios when they're developing these games anymore, especially at this point, because these games are so extensive now. And I think what we're seeing, Steel, is another example, as this game is a games as a service, right? Through and through. It's pure. That's what this game is built on, for sure. So I think that devs now look at these development time frames, Steel, as phases, right? And I think that when you have a purely games as a service based game like Diablo 4, the devs are making a priority on certain aspects of the game,
right?
And saying that those other, and again, they've said it with their own mouths, like you said, with the, fixing certain aspects in season 2. I think that they themselves view these games as a work in progress versus, hey, we are going to put out a complete game from every step of the way, from the beginning of the game to end game. We are going to have a 100% complete experience for every single type of player, whether they're playing it, this way as a casual or whether they're playing it as the hardcore. I really do believe, and we talked about this behind the scenes in party chat where we're playing the game, their focus for phase 1, Steel, was the masses, right? What is that experience going to be like for the person who jumps into this game, isn't even thinking about season content, isn't thinking about end game, but is only saying, hey, I've got an hour here, 3 hours there to play this game, and maybe I'll complete the campaign 2 months from now, 3 months from now, without even considering a seasonal character, right? I think that they really did focus on that, right? And for the person who isn't looking for meta builds or even optimizing their build, even though, right, the argument can be made that you eventually have to, if you want to progress tier wise, that you have to do that, obviously. For those casual players, they probably won't even care if they continue to play on tier 1, tier 2 for their entire time, right? So for us that come into it, that blow through the content, that are looking to get to that end game, that are maxing out tier 4 and really finding that experience to be lacking in some areas, or why didn't you guys think of this? I don't think that Blizzard was concerned about us, because they're like, those people will still be here. Those people are still going to come back. Those people are still going to be around. So what we're trying to do is give the greatest experience to the masses so that we keep some of those people engaged, and then we'll fix the other stuff later on. But we want to make sure that those masses, we convert some of those masses, maybe some of those masses 3 months down the road are ready to jump into end game and say, oh, okay, well, now this is here. Oh, okay, well, great. Now that I'm looking more in depth into my character, now that I'm worried about my stats more, now that I want to progress tiers, oh, okay, well, that's all there now. Like, they, in some ways, believe that they have banked some of that time to go in and correct some of the issues they probably knew were going to be there for those of us doing it differently, like the hardcore, the enthusiast who's in there really getting down and dirty with Diablo. They probably say, well, those guys will still stick it around. We'll fix it. They'll be back. They've invested so much time in their characters up front. They're not just going to leave and go away forever, right? Because Diablo 3 showed that.
Yeah.
So not to say that that's right, Steele? Not to say that that's right. You're not wrong in what you're saying. I just feel that that's kind of where we're at with developers. Some developers now with these types of games, like, they know they have a certain allotment of time to continue to improve the game and fix those back end things, and the more complex issues. They've got time to do that, right? And I think that that's kind of how they approached Diablo 4. And maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe there are things that they didn't realize it. Again, when you're in a bubble, when you're in any bubble, it doesn't matter where you work or whatever the situation is. If you're in a bubble, sometimes you don't see the issues that are pretty, like, common sense to everybody else on the outside. Like, when you're just play testing nonstop inside and you know the game inside and out, some of those, quality of life features you don't really even consider until you get it out to millions upon millions of people. And everybody stands up and says, wait, no, this makes no sense. Why is it this way? Like you said, like, even just simple things like inventory space and having gems count against your inventory space. I would say that was obvious. Like, that's with any game where you have to pick up a ton of loot. You're going to be carrying a ton of loot. Your dungeon runs can be extremely long and can be very loot heavy. The fact that I have to leave loot behind, to me, should be a common, like, sense. Like, well, no, we don't want people leaving any loot behind, unless it's an extreme case. Like, I can't believe that they didn't decide that they should have more inventory space or not count gems against that. But little things like that, again, whether that was thought of or not, I think that's just part of their idea. Like, hey, we got to get the game out the door. Let's make sure it's pretty much feature complete, and then we'll fine tune everything else later on. And I think part of that fine tuning section probably was the stuff that you're talking about, right? Whether right or wrong. Like, again, I would much rather, have more of that fixed up front or be right up front. But I think that for them, development time wise, I think that their focus just wasn't there. So I don't know. I don't know what the correct answer is still in this type of situation when you got a game that you're probably going to run for 10 years, right? Mm-hmm. Like you did.
And they keep reiterating that, hey, like, this isn't the end of the game. Like, and we know that. Like, I get you on that. But it's like Eastside Vandal says, they made sure that the shop was complete, though, didn't they?
Of course.
For a $70 game, you made sure that the shop was good, though.
Priority number one.
This isn't a free-to-play game, but the shop was good though, right? So it's like,
yeah.
And to me, I again,
but I can still argue the shop isn't right either, right? Steel.
I think all the shit in there is ugly. So yeah,
right. That's what I'm saying. And I looked at the season armor, Steel. The season armor, the premium stuff.
Yeah,
doesn't do anything for me, man. Like I'm like, and I know
it's going to depend on your class too.
It's going to depend on your class, but it doesn't matter. I looked at the armor and I'm like, you guys didn't. This isn't premium creative to me. When I looked at that,
that's my
that's going to be opinion based too.
I think that's my other problem that adds on to the conversation too about like maybe the game just wasn't ready, or like I don't know, something is happening, because like I'm not saying that you got to get me to spend money, right? I mean, a lot of the cosmetics in the game are cool. No. Right? They are what they are, right?
Yep.
But there is another level when you're asking people to pay $20 for something, $25 for something, and you don't have the level of a Fortnite skin where you have that type of creativity in it, or like this game is fucking Diablo.
Yeah.
You have hell to play with, heavens to play with, creatures to play with, and all of them could be different outfits and stuff that you could have taken advantage of and used.
Give me some effects on my armor.
Why don't I have shoulder pads that are on fire? Why don't I have tentacles coming out my armor pieces?
It still fit. It's just, give me some effects, man. Give me some effects.
$25 for the other thing to me is that fucking every cosmetic that you have in this game is ugly as hell. To me, at least.
Not so.
I'm a druid. I mean, as a druid right now.
Yeah.
As a druid, there is literally the most ugliest cosmetics that I have ever seen in games. Mm-hmm. Most like effortless cosmetics that I've seen in games. I just don't get the concept of that. It's like I had that same issue in Destiny 2. It's like you have all these robotic things that you could pull from to put into your world, and you choose to do the most boring and most ugliest cosmetics to get people to pay for them. And again, there's somebody out there that's going to pay for some of these things. Hey, nothing against you. You think it's cool? Like, again, there are some cosmetics in there that are interesting for a necromancer, for a rogue, maybe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's some cool stuff in
there. But as far as my class, there's nothing there. But even then, even the stuff that they do have available, and I know it's like, again, these are little things that kind of add on to the overall aspect of the game, right? And again, I have to reiterate, this is coming from somebody who has over 100 hours into the game. It's just, for a dev that has been doing this for a long time and has been doing this pretty well. Yes, is this game better than Diablo 3 was? 1,000% on every level. This is not a Diablo 3 situation. And I'm glad it's not. But I just feel like, and again, Psychonauts touched on it in the background, it could have been because of COVID. That it's a lot of these things and a lot of the games that we're going to get, that they may be missing certain things and certain aspects and whatnot. Is that a good excuse? No, it's not. At this point, like, when do you say, hey, well, this is our game, and take it for what it is? And that's kind of the point that I'm at now. Like, this is what Diablo 4 is. This is what they created. It is up to them to create competition for themselves. Right. Are they going to be able to compete with the Path of Exile? Is Path of Exile 2 going to come out and eat Diablo 4's lunch? Who knows? Right now, a lot of people are anticipating that, Path of Exile and Diablo 4 are going to go hand in hand as far as seasons go, which would be really dope. One season in, the other season picks up. Season end, the other season picks up. But Diablo they've also stated that, hey, we're going to do 12-week seasons, and some may be a little bit longer, but we're going to have 12-week seasons, and then we're gonna start up another season. That's supposed to be, they're trying to run them back to back. So it's like, okay, if one season ends and that season doesn't hit, are you going to try to continue to live off the promises of that next season, or are people going to start falling off? Because what if Last Epoch becomes more available on consoles? What if people move out to that? It's just like I feel like as the father kind of this genre, right? As the devs who really made ARPGs like stick out and make them prominent, and then are within the industry. At least to me, what I can remember, I feel like that they would have pushed the envelope maybe a little bit more.
Yeah.
But again, from all the things that we've heard from Activision Blizzard and all the issues that they've had internally, I wanted to bring it to the table because before I get into like what season 1 is bringing and what we can expect, I wanted to bring to the table like my issues for the lack of vision and the lack of clarity and the lack of implementation in some facets, right? And I get tired of hearing, well, Steel, because you played, because you're in the end game, it's your fault. You're in the end game. When Diablo is a game that is literally focused on the end game.
Yeah, but that's, again, I think that because they wanted a bigger audience. And again, this is the balance, right, Steel, between the hardcore and the casuals, right? And I think that with it being a monetized full price game, again, we've seen it. This is nothing new, that the hardcore is the secondary thought, that they will still be here, whereas we got to capture up front that casual base that maybe never played Diablo before, or have dabbled in Diablos, but this time around, because the hype is so real, they're going to jump in. I think that that's the focus. And again, we, meaning us as the top 1%, 5%, whatever you want to say, feel like, okay, well, where's our stuff? Because to us, it's about the end game, but to everybody, to the normies, it's not, right? It's not about the end game. Most people are never going to play the end game, as we've seen already, right? And I think that that's the balance that is, I don't know, how many devs get it right, but that's the balance that always can cause them to trip up, where, again, their main fan base, the ones who are playing it through to the end game, are like, well, there's a lot missing here, or there's a lot that needs to be fixed here. And they're just like, yeah, we'll get to you. We'll get to you. Don't worry. We got seasons coming. Don't worry. We'll take care of you. And I think that that's the hard part for the dev, because again, right or wrong, it's a business. And then right or wrong, especially for Activision Blizzard, it's about the money making. And, that's where the gaming side sometimes gets sacrificed, right, in certain areas, to make sure that the business side is right. And again, we wouldn't have these games if it wasn't a business. We wouldn't have these games if they weren't making money. So, where does the blame lie? Where, is it the devs' fault, or are they doing what management needed them to do to make sure that this game continues, right? And that's
right.
It's tough, man.
It's
tough.
It is tough. And again, I'm not coming from the perspective of somebody that's I'm hating Diablo. That's not the case. For me, the biggest thing that I'm trying to get across is my concerns with the game, what I was expecting versus what I got. And in no way, shape, or form am I sitting here saying that I regret the time that I've spent with Diablo. No. It's just unfortunate that some of the things that I felt were going to be the case are true. Like the lack of build diversity up front.
Yeah.
There is an extreme lack. Like, yeah, some classes have more of diversity than others, but then overall, most people are running the same shit. Like, if you want to progress past a certain level in the game, this hits the hardest and does this and this does. It's like, bro, how many games do we need? How many examples do we need of these style of games for you guys to understand, to make things more viable? Mm-hmm. But that is my opinion, right?
Yeah, we agree on that point, right? Because we talked about that in the background. We do agree that they overemphasize that, hey, you can play any way you want to play. Sure, if you're going to hang out on tier 1 and tier 2, absolutely, of course, any build will have viability. But if you're going to push yourself into tier 3 and especially tier 4, No, you start getting funneled more and more towards those meta builds, and the build diversity starts to fade away because the game itself, the way that it's built, the way that the enemies are set up, the way that the aspects are set up,
Right.
force you a certain direction if you want to be able to feel like you have a chance, right? That's the unfortunate part. And again, not saying that's easy to do in any way, shape, or form from a developer side. When you start creating this game and you're looking for that build diversity, when you get to the harder levels and the monsters are so damn strong, even at tier 50 nightmare dungeons, right? The enemies become so strong that the game kind of just, I don't know how you balance it, but yeah, you get funneled in that direction. And that's the sad part. But for most people hanging out in tier 1, tier 2, even a little bit of tier 3, yeah, you can fool around and you can do lots of different things with your builds and not have to worry about it. So yeah, I agree with you there.
Yeah, it's just there's definitely a lot of gray area here. But let me go ahead and get into some of the details. I'm not going to get into it super deep.
Yeah.
There is going to be a new season story that's coming with Diablo 4. It's going to be the Malignants. Basically zombies. That's the best way that I can break it down. There's an infection that is going to be affecting a lot of the creatures most of the creatures in the world. And that's going to be the theme, which is interesting. So one of the mechanics that they do have is they're going to have malignant hearts that drop. Apparently, they're also going to have, this is something else that they added in, where you're also going to be able to specifically farm those malignant hearts at some point. That goes. But what these malignant hearts are doing is essentially becoming a form of a legendary upgrade of some is the best way that I can explain. You're going to get some additional benefits that you wouldn't have had otherwise. Which I do think is going to add a lot of diversity to the game if done properly. From what they showed during the live stream, there's going to be different slots. They got different colored slots, so you'll be able to have a choice in between what you'll be able to go for. I'm not going to get into too much detail about that because it's the minutia of it. But there's 3 different types of slots. You'll be able to grind for those 3 different types of malignant hearts to give you these legendary bonuses that you otherwise wouldn't have access to. So for an example, if you're a class that doesn't have any lightning, any skills or anything like that, the malignant hearts that you can give you some lightning ability. Hey, when you kill an enemy, you do a lightning, or when you attack, you also do lightning damage for X amount, and whichever the case. There's things like that that are coming into the game, which is extremely interesting. That's essentially the biggest part of it. As far as the things that you'll be able to keep for those who are playing Diablo 4 currently, you're keeping your altars of Lilith. So anybody who's playing Diablo 4, please go take care of that, handle that. It's going to alleviate. It's going to alleviate a lot of the early grinding that you'll need to do when you start your new character. The campaign. So if you beat the campaign, you don't have to play it again. Now, can if you want, but you don't have to. Regardless if you do or you don't, you will start at level 1. So no matter what. And also, any part of the map that you have explored will carry over also. Now, the other thing that they said with this is that when the update drops, you will want to sign in with your character that has the most progress, just so everything carries over properly. I don't think that's a bigger, they were apologizing that they couldn't find an easier way to do it. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Maybe they need to put something in the actual game itself, like a note card or something. Hey, you want all your progress to carry over, just so that people don't have to scour the internet and wonder why. It's easy to put in their face before the season starts. Hey, you want your progress to carry over from your eternal character. As far as these things, then you need to log in. That'll be one way to alleviate that, but overall, I don't think it's a huge deal. Now, I still do have somewhat of an issue as someone that has played through the preseason, grinded to level 97, that I do feel all the renown should carry over. I don't get redoing dungeons, redoing strongholds. The only reason I don't get that is because there's literally nothing enticing to do them. Like if there was a reason for me to do them and then you make them available afterwards, because once you do them the one time, they don't exist anymore. So like if you would have brought them back, like you do a stronghold, right, Pong? And then maybe you say after an hour or two, they reset. And maybe depending on what nightmare or what tier that you're in, what world tier you're in, maybe they're gonna go to a higher level, or I don't know. Maybe they have like some form of like a Helltide kind of event that happens in the stronghold where the enemies are stronger. You get more to loot. You have more of a chance to get maybe the hard to find gear, or hard to find aspects and things. That's not the case. But you're gonna make us redo all of these things to gain that power back. I just feel like it's additional busy work that doesn't need to be there. Yeah. If the biggest point about Diablo is grinding dungeons, really, why am I especially if I got it already? It'd be one thing if I didn't get these things, like, oh well, you didn't get the renown from on your other character, or any of your characters, so you need to continuously, until you do get all of your renown, you're gonna have to continue to grind for that. I just don't get that concept, to me. And again, I get it for playability and everything else. You want people to still experience that you still want people to experience those parts of the game, and you want new players to be able to experience those parts of the game. I just think that they would have been able to experience that regardless, because just as the example that I used, if you didn't grind for those things before, you would still have those things that you would need to do anyway.
You do get the renown though for the map, which is
good. But you don't get your full bar for renown for like you putting. I guess the best way to put it is the respecting your time thing, right?
Sure.
As far as you as the gamer who have put time into the preseason and grinded and did all these things, I feel like it's a lack of respect for my time for you to say, now we're going to take all those things that you spent your time doing. I mean, again, I'm glad that they did the Authors of Lilith and some of the map and things of that nature, but like outside of that, I don't know. It's really weird to me personally why they've treated it this way. Though I am also somebody that gets the point of a new season starting.
Sure.
So I'm not going to buck the system as far as that goes, because I do believe in people starting fresh and starting new as far as the season comes up, because it gets more people to play together again. No, there's not people who are level 90 that are grinding all these gears, and you got a buddy that's over here doing this, and the new season comes in. Now you can't play with your buddy because he's so caught up in his own loot grind that y'all would never find that connection unless you put that same time in. So I don't know. I mean, how do you feel about some of the changes that are coming into here? As far as what they're keeping, the season, are these things still something that is interesting to you? Again, I know me and you are probably still going to play that season. I mean, we're paid up anyway. Yeah. So it's kind of like, we'll find out whether or not what's there. But, and you've touched on some of the things that I've spoke to already as far as like my concerns and things.
Yeah.
But how do you feel about Diablo 4 currently? And how do you feel about the update information that you've heard as far as going into this first season?
I was ready for this. So I knew what was coming, and they prepared everybody. And again, playing Diablo 3, I understood what they were going to do. I do think that Diablo 4 is still one of the most complete packages that we've received this year, from a performance standpoint, to polishing, to actual gameplay itself. I still think it's one of the best examples of a game coming out, despite the concerns that Steele and I both mentioned previously. I do believe that Diablo 4 is great. Again, right now, as it stands, it's my game of the year. From what I've played so far, it is my game of the year. So, and I think that speaks to itself. This is the best Diablo experience that I've had from day one. And that goes all the way back to Diablo 2. And I think that's the thing to keep it, to keep in mind here is that this Diablo itself has grown so large as the years have gone by that Blizzard is doing overall a fantastic job with what this game is going to be and currently is. I think that was, again, the changes they implemented to bring Diablo 4 from what they did with Diablo 3. They listened to the community, and most of what they've done has been exceptional. So that's important to get out of the way. And again, I did, talk about the concerns that Steel had, which are a lot of my same concerns. And like I said, I don't know if there's a right or wrong answer here. It's how Blizzard chose to handle this. And so it is what it is at this point. With the season stuff, season one, I think that the changes that I've read, now again, we have to see them implemented and we have to see how they're going to work, definitely are enticing, with the Malignant hearts, and be able to actually, put those onto your armor in place of gems. I want to see how that's going to affect a class. Now, the weird part for me is that I love my rogue class. I've had such a great time with it. I do want to try a new class going into the season, but I almost want to continue with a rogue class to see what these new Malignant hearts would do to that class, right? And how they would affect it, aspect wise, and that kind of stuff. So that part for me is kind of a little gut punch, because I really do want to try a new class, but I kind of want to see what my rogue would look like with these changes, right? And I know we get to keep the stuff rolling over after the season, all that kind of stuff. So I can fool around. Yeah, I can still fool around with my rogue later on. Exactly. So I think that's cool as well. They also said they're introducing 6 new unique items, and 7 new legendary aspects. So that chase will also be kind of fun. Now, obviously, we just had yesterday, or whatever it was, Thursday, when it started, a problem where all of a sudden the ultra rare uniques for certain people started dropping at a much higher rate. Now they claim, I think it was like 450 people got extra uniques, but they actually shut down those uniques completely until they can fix that, which is kind of sad, because really at this point, yes, we're still chasing better gear.
You're about to reset the season. Come on.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, exactly. You're about to reset the season and all that kind of stuff. But I think that does entice me, obviously, some more to make another run here and try to see what I can find. Hopefully getting one of those super rare uniques would be really cool. And from that standpoint, I like it. It's fun trying to find a needle in a haystack. It can get, of course, if you're not into grind, you're not going to play the end game, but that chase is there, and you just wait every moment. Maybe this is the run where I can find one. So no, I like what they're doing with the season. I think the battle pass, again, I already stated, I don't like the armor and the premium. I didn't see anything in there that looks cool to me. I think they can do a much better job. Again, there's so many things they could do with the armor, and it seems right now they're being very safe. And I don't like necessarily. Look, I'm not looking for Transformers or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, no, fuck no. Do things that fit within your theme.
Yes, exactly. But your theme is so big. Like I said, effects on the armor are the big thing. Like I found a regular set of Doom armor, in legendary armor, which is for the Rogue, which looks awesome because it's got some glow to it.
Right.
It's got little things on it that glow that I really liked. I thought that was damn cool. Do more of that stuff, please. Not just plain, really over the top fancy armor. Doesn't always necessarily appeal to me. Give me some effect that looks like cool on screen where I want run around because of the view. Obviously, I want to see some glow on my armor. I want to see something show up on the screen. So that's the only thing I would suggest there. But overall, 90 levels to the season, to the battle pass, 27 free tiers, 63 premium tiers. Again, because they, as of right now, are not doing any pay to win. Nothing in the premium.
Yeah, no, they shouldn't. They better not.
They better not. Right. I know some people have questioned whether
I would not play the game. I would not play the game.
That's not happening here. So that is good news. I'm more than happy to jump back into the season. Like I said, for the rest of the year, at least this will be the one season I do focus on for Diablo 4, because obviously I do have, again, Starfield and Baldur's Gate 3 now coming out for the rest of the year. I'm not going to be playing, not that I'll never jump into Diablo 4 with everybody. It's just I'm not going to be focused on it, right? So this is my one season where I'm going to really get down and dirty with it again with Diablo 4, and really experience it. And then next year, maybe I'll be jumping back into another season here.
Maybe. But it's like,
maybe
the way the games are going, though, man. I think that's the other thing that adds on to my end of the conversation too. Yeah. It's just because how games are now. Diablo, this isn't Diablo 3. Like, you had time to make that game better, right? Yep. And again, like now, everybody's gonna be fighting for time, and anybody can just jump in and get a season run and then come out. Everybody has to make that decision, but this was definitely a prime situation for you to really knock it out of the park. On more levels than you did. And again, overall, I still give Diablo 4 a 9 out of 10 overall, because again, any game that I could put more than 40 hours into and I get a complete experience and no complaints, very, very minimal bugs, very minimal issues, feels good to play. That's a good game to me. Now, for a Diablo game, like in comparison with other Diablo games, again, I still put this up with the higher and upper echelon of those. I do think that this is the best Diablo that's been created, even beating 2 in many ways, right? Because I can't admit that a lot of the things that drive Diablo 2 for me is the nostalgia of it, versus what we have now. A perfect blend. I definitely still would recommend it to anybody to jump in and play, to see if it's something that you'll like. You'll at least get 100 hours of gameplay out of it that I think are fully worth the asking price.
Right.
That's just me. So again, I'm interested to see what the season's going to bring. Hopefully it pulls us in, but we got other games that are right along the horizon.
Yeah, correct. And it's going to be great. But again, Blizzard did their job, man. So I can't, for the most overall, part. I can't complain, right? Overall, I can't with how they presented the game, how it came out, the state that it's in. Is it perfect? No, it's not perfect. Of course not. Not with this big a game. Overall, though, I think Blizzard did a fantastic job. And I think Diablo 4 is going to be highly successful and be that way for years and years to come. Even if they do lose more people to other games than they would have in the past, I still think that the base for Diablo is so gigantic that people are continuously going to be jumping in and jumping out of Diablo for the next 10 years. I mean, that's just kind of how it's going to go. And when they come with these major expansions, it's going to be all new again, right? So the major expansions they have planned will bring the people back in droves. I know me personally, I'll be right back there to play the expansion because I love the story in Diablo 4. So
I'm looking at the cosmetics now that you were talking about.
Yeah.
Why isn't it more? Why does everybody look the fucking same?
Right. I know they got a theme, but come on, man.
You don't have to look. There's different classes.
Mm-hmm.
This is the type of shit that I can go on a fucking tangent about, but I'm gonna leave it alone.
Right.
I'm gonna leave it alone.
Yep.
It's just I don't get it. This does not make me want to invest in another season after this season.
Nope. I'll definitely be waiting and seeing what the cosmetics look like if I ever think about jumping back into a premium pass again, for sure.
Yeah, because this is anyway. If I wanted to look like Shao Kahn, I'd go play Mortal Kombat. I get the concept is cool, but God, I gotta show you guys. Now hold on, I gotta show you guys.
I gotta bring it up on the screen for people who haven't seen it yet.
I gotta show you. It's just crazy. It's just wild to me, man. Like, it's a personal thing, personal problem. It is what it is, but it's just weird, man. Get this window capture set up.
Yeah, I just think there could be more creativity shown with what they're currently doing with the aesthetics.
Like, bro,
I think there's a lot of room.
Hopefully y'all can see that.
Yeah, every single person looks the same.
I'm trying to zoom in a little bit more. Like, why? Do you guys see this? Why does every single character look like each other? Right. And again, you could do themes without everybody looking similar.
Correct.
And this is the $20 battle pass. And again, like, I get it's an option, but if you're gonna make it an option, at least make it attractive. Like, and then you go down to you go further down the page to whatever this is down here. Oh, I can't, it won't let me scroll. Hold on. Back up. Then you go down here and it's like, I mean, sure, that shield is cool, but like, other than that, I don't know, whatever. Maybe it's just a me problem. You guys let me know if I'm just off base and I just fucking, I don't have an understanding of what I'm talking about.
And now that you have that up against Steel 2, what I just noticed on the weapons, they don't, is there a bow in there?
No, there's only a crossbow.
Right. So for us long range rogues that only use bow because I don't like the slowness of the crossbow, I don't get anything either. Okay. All right. Cool.
But even in Destiny 2, Takato, like, at least like they'll have a theme, but at least the characters look different from each other. Like, Titans look like Titans, Warlocks look like Warlocks, Hunters look like Hunters. There's no combined, like, they don't, like, they may have sets that look similar in some ways, but they don't look damn near the fucking same.
Correct.
Oh,
just different sizes.
The druid is wearing a rogue armor, but it's they got it custom fitted for them.
Right. Correct.
To me, it's just, that just speaks lack of vision. That's and that's my issue.
Yep. Or again, it seems like their time's being spent elsewhere, so they got the artists just do something, put it together. Don't go crazy. We don't got a lot of time, so just make it look good, but all the same. Don't get too creative. Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, we don't know what goes on internally, but again, it is weird to me that they went that route. So
yeah, again, it is what it is. But
yep. We'll be playing it, so we'll have more to say on it as we go through the season for sure, and we'll see. Maybe there'll be more improvements that really change how the builds feel, and maybe we'll come back and be like, hell yeah, they nailed a lot of this stuff outside of the aesthetic. We like what they did here, so we'll see.
The druid just wears draws, so the season pass is useless for Ducato. Right. I get that.
Right.
Anyway, I can go on about that for some time. I'll leave it. I'll leave it there. Again, I still recommend it. There's plenty of in-game transmogs and whatnot that you can use to combine your character, and that's still something to take into consideration. There are still other transmogs that you can kind of combine and still make your character look unique.
Are we gonna do color palettes too, Steel?
No, no.
See, that's another thing too. No. Give me more color palettes, please. Like, that's not a hard thing to implement.
Perfect Shogun said it's literally one set of cosmetics that adapts for all classes.
Correct.
But that's my issue, Shogun, though. Like, that is my, like, why? Like, in what universe did you look at this and say, man, this leaks and oozes creativity?
Right.
Like, we really put our all in this one. Man, the people should be, we want people to pay $20 or $30. Each one of those suits by themselves are $25.
For the freemium pass, if you're going to give freemium aesthetics, that makes sense, right? You're not going to put as much effort in.
Right. That's different.
For the premium pass,
for something that you're trying to get people to pay for.
Yeah.
Give me some fucking variety, man.
Right.
Oh, that's all.
Right.
Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Apparently Microsoft has brought back the $1 Game Pass for both Xbox Ultimate and PC. So now people can say, oh man, those Game Pass numbers are inflated.
Yep.
Everybody's on that $1 deal.
Yep.
Again, I don't think it's big news. Again, it's a way to get more people enticed into. Nothing wrong with that. The other thing too, though, that I will say is, where's the Family Pass at? Where are you going to announce this at, man? It's interesting. It's not ready yet. It is. Well, I can't say that it's not ready because it's released in certain markets.
Yep,
right
yep.
Now, maybe they release it in those markets so they can see how they may need to adjust it when they actually bring it to their main markets. But I don't know. I guess we'll see on that one also. So if anybody's interested in the Ultimate, or if you don't have Game Pass at all right now, you can jump in for $1. What you got, Paul?
No, I was just going to say on the Family Pass side, I think that with the adjustment to the prices, I think that they are probably looking at those areas heavy and trying to scale out what that's going to look like in the United States and some of their more popular areas, right? And how they're going to adjust the price point to be viable for them. Because again, it is going to be a deal no matter what. They are going to be giving up some upfront money for sure. Long-term growth is obviously more important to them, which makes sense with a subscription service, as we've talked about from the beginning. But I think that they definitely are looking at those numbers and trying to see what the sweet spot is going to be to offer a deal, but also make sure that it makes sense business-wise overall. And I think that that's probably what the delay is here. But it is a head scratcher. Maybe they're waiting to see about ABK. Because that does obviously increase the value when you start dropping the ABK library into Game Pass as well. Now, obviously, we believe that they made the upfront price increase to avoid any problems down the road once ABK deal is done. They don't want to do a price increase right after the ABK deal per se, because some regulatory bodies already brought that up as a potential problem area. So I think they kind of did that ahead of the curve, get ahead of the game there, so to speak. So I think that that's all kind of gone into this delay for a worldwide launch of Family Pass, but it's got to happen at some point still. I gotta believe they want that out for this holiday. After Starfield drops, after you got Forza Motorsport in there, potentially the ABK deal done. I think then this, coming into the holiday season, late fall, early winter, you come out with the Family Pass, go blam. Now you get all these games. We've got first party titles in there now, day and date. Actual home run first party titles are in there, day and date. Listen, you got Call of Duty library in there, day and date. Right when you sign up. I think that that's maybe when they do it is later this year, but we'll see. It is a head scratcher. I thought it would be out by now for sure.
Yeah, I mean, again, we'll see how things play out, and Nick says MS will milk the individual plan as quick as they can implement a price hike. They can implement a Family Pass, and and this is a no stirring the pot comment.
I love how Nick's has got to put disclaimers on his comments now.
Well, I mean, because people be on Nick's ass. I ain't gonna lie. People be on his ass.
Nick knows what he does. He does.
At least you're aware, Nick. At least you're aware.
Conversation.
That's why I'm not overly critical. I'm not that type of guy anyway. I'm not fucking gonna sit here and be overly critical about what everybody's saying in chat. These are y'all's opinions. This is how you guys feel, and we want you guys to be able to openly have conversation and bring up topic. Again, that's what Living Split Screen is for. That whole point. So greatly appreciate it.
Nope. Yeah. Don't disagree with you, Nix.
Well, I mean, again, they are a business. They need to get that money, man. I mean, again, Xbox has been doing it from the very beginning. I've justified it. That's the beginning. So get good service. Get good service. I don't mind paying for it. Anyway, I'm going to kind of work backwards up this list that you dropped in the earpong.
I know I just dropped stuff in there, so just whatever you want to grab, man.
I didn't know Idle really broke the weekly gaming news rate. He must have started doing that recently.
No. He's been doing that for a long time through his Discord.
Okay.
I just always forget to go in his Discord and grab it, but every once in a while he'll post it. He's got somebody that helps him do this too. But he does a great breakdown.
I think then what we'll do is we'll start keeping this in mind too with Idle Sloth. Shout out to Idle Sloth. Much love to you, brother. Especially as I know he's a real person now. But yeah, man, this is really dope. I mean, I'm not gonna look at it currently because there's definitely a lot of details there. But that's something that I think I'll start using. That's dope. I didn't know.
Yeah, still nice to have all the articles, obviously, but he does a nice breakdown overview of the week of the major news that dropped. So
super dope. There are some upcoming games here. I mean, we kind of go into upcoming games on a week-to-week basis, so I won't dive too deep into there. There are some games to be excited for. Again, Pong's excited for Starfield, probably the most for this year. The same way, I mean, I'm excited for Starfield, but the same way Pong's excited for Starfield is the way that I'm excited for Armored Core 6. And I know Pong is excited for Armored Core 6 also.
Yeah, it's just too bad it's coming out at the same time.
Well, yeah, 5 days later. 5 days later,
God
literally.
Damn, man.
Especially if you got early access like Pong and myself do. So again, I'm going to be playing both. You're going to be seeing a lot of streaming. between, and again, me and Pong have considered. And we still need to kind of hammer some things out. But even for Starfield, we were considering like maybe we do like a split screen kind of stream where you can see what Pong's doing, you can see what I'm doing. You guys can just kick back, relax, and enjoy some Starfield gameplay. I don't know how we'd work that out sound level wise, but I don't know. Or maybe we just do something separate where you have. I don't know. We'll figure that stuff out. I know Pong was talking about. He was probably going to end up streaming Starfield or whatnot. I think that'd be super dope for the people to see. Long stop process when he games. We'll see how much he cusses at the game.
You'll see my game faces too. And you'll see my game faces. So I got some weird expressions when I'm playing a game, man. I get concentrated, but yeah, no, I think streaming would be fun as hell. So 100% plan on doing it. So.
So there is that. We won't dive too deep into that since we do again cover that on a week-to-week basis. Let's sure. There are some. Yeah, ID at Xbox is going to have their game. There are going to be over 40 game demos coming to Xbox. That's going to be starting July 11th through July 17th. So again, anybody that's interested in trying some games out before they release, or maybe get an early look at some of these games, especially on the indie side of things, definitely look out for that for the July 11th through the July 17th. Because usually you might end up finding something in there that you'll have some genuine interest in and get excited for. Do you have anything to add on as far as the ID at Xbox and what they're bringing there? I know you usually get in there and try quite a few games out. So
for sure. ID at Xbox this year is definitely going to be a big deal. Again, if you're looking for finding that next indie title, the demos that they drop along with ID at Xbox are huge. Sea of Stars is going to get a demo, which I think is the big one this year. Sea of Stars is
Psycho's game of the year. So
Psycho's game of the year already. Psychonauts, shout out to his brother Psychonauts. He's more hyped for that game than he is Starfield. But Sea of Stars, classic JRPG. Again, it's looking absolutely fantastic in the old bit mode. Really, again, the game sells itself. Either you're into that style game or you're not. But if you're looking for an updated version of it, 2023 version of what we used to play JRPG wise, Sea of Stars, it doesn't get much better than this from the looks of it and from everything that's being talked about it. And you're going to be able to try it out. ID at Xbox is going to have a demo that goes live. And they also did confirm they'll have a PlayStation version as well that goes live, a demo. ID at Xbox, I love this every single year because of the simple fact that I get to try games that I normally wouldn't necessarily be able to try out right away. And it's a smaller games, and those indies deserve all the spotlight because there's some freaking amazing games that come out of it. Again, arcade paradise, indie, right? So stuff like that, that's where that stuff comes from. So can't wait for ID at Xbox. ID at Xbox is going to be a great showing this year. And I can't wait, man. It's going to be good. Keep your eyes open.
Oh, well, guys, I think it's time for us to get into a little bit of news talk as far as the Activision Blizzard deal. You've covered this quite well. You always introduce this pretty well. What's going on with this whole Activision Blizzard thing? We didn't get a chance to talk about it last week because, again, we had some technical issues, which I can, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say we have literally zero drop frames today.
Hey, knock on wood.
But everything is running beautifully. I'm extremely excited about that. But nonetheless, Pong, tell me and stage this conversation for what's going on with Microsoft and the FTC, the CMA, New Zealand. Apparently, from what I've heard, since some of the major players have opened up that they have some concerns that everybody else who has approved this deal or said that they didn't have any issues with the deal are completely irrelevant. What I've also heard is that, people have doubled down that Microsoft should not get this deal, that they should drop it, pay the money, and work on, again, beefing up their own talent, because why would Microsoft additionally get all of these studios or get this publisher when they currently cannot be consistent within house. So Pong, I mean, what's going on with this stuff, man? Like, what you got for me?
Well, there's a lot of stuff going on. It's all over the place. Obviously, everybody right now is waiting on Judge Corley's decision for the PI preliminary injunction. We thought, most people thought that we would have her decision this week. I said last week I thought it would be by Friday, which didn't happen, which tells me, and obviously, again, I'm just a nobody outside looking at spitballing, but again, reading other people, she's taking her time with this decision. This is a gigantic moment, not just for Microsoft and ABK, but for the gaming industry, because it's going to affect future acquisitions from everybody. Doesn't matter who it is. It's going to affect that. It's going to affect the FTC and the power that they are trying to grab here, that they are not currently allotted by the laws. If they succeed in this, that will embolden the FTC even further, not just in the gaming industry, but every industry when they're looking at mergers and acquisitions. It's going to embolden them to do more. And again, I hate this. Again, government regulation, sure, some regulation is necessary, but this is way overstepping the bounds, in my opinion. So that's going to have an effect there. And her decision is going to be cited in future cases a lot. This is a groundbreaking moment in a lot of ways, because if she grants this PI, that changes everything. And so I think she understands this. Again, I've said from the beginning, I think Judge Corley has done a fantastic job with this. Yes, I have mentioned recently that, yes, she is a Biden appointee, which may or may not be taken into consideration here. I want to, again, our justice system is by no means in any way, shape, or form perfect. In no means, no way, shape, or form is it does it exclude political considerations or biases or anything of that degree. I'm not here to promote our justice system as the best. I will say federal judges overall, when it comes to M&A cases, have typically gone by the letter of the law. And I think that Judge Corley has done a great job with a very complex, highly unique acquisition. Again, the largest in Microsoft's history, the largest in the gaming industry's history. You just don't see this. This doesn't have precedent, right? There's not a precedent for this. You also have to include the fact that the FTC and other regulatory bodies are trying to fight this with a nascent supposed cloud market, which not everybody agrees can even be considered a market by itself. So you're talking about her ruling on something that has never been ruled on before. So I think she's taking her time. There's going to be an appeal process after this is handed down. Whether she grants the PI or whether she denies the PI, one side or the other could do an emergency appeal, which they have to file within 5 days. That's why everybody expects this decision to very shortly, because the deal itself, right, has a time limit of July the 18th. So in order to get the appeal in from either side, she understands it. She's made it clear that she is aware of this and she is going to conform, which is also out of the norm. Judges don't have a time frame. She could take months
if she wants
to make this decision, if she wanted to, right? A lot of times their decisions are months. So she's trying to do this to accommodate the situation, which again is outside the norm. So for her, she could come down. Again, I've said this comes from Foss, this comes from Hogue, this comes from people who know, right? I'm not making this stuff up.
Who actually have dealings within this business, right? They don't have to rely on ECP.
Right, exactly. But they said she could simply make a simple ruling, let's say to deny the PI. She could be like, the FTC presented their case, and they included the console market. I don't believe the console market is a problem. PI denied. She could do something simple like that, but that opens up a huge appeal, right? A wide open lane for the FTC on appeal. And Judge Corley, understanding the importance of this case and her decision, probably doesn't want to do that. She wants a highly detailed, really presenting why she made her decision one side or the other. She wants a highly detailed written response that really locks it down so that when people look at her decision, like it's fleshed out, like it is complete, that there are no holes in it, so that makes both the appeal process much harder for whichever party is going to do it, but also when people cite this case, which is going to happen, that they have a very good setup for whatever they are using this case to rule on in the future, right? That she wants this as a historical type case to be, her name is all over it. Like she wants it to be the best one possible, right? She wants the best written response here when she does file. So that tells me that she is. Now, again, the hope is Monday is going to be a date. But again, remember, folks, she's not just done, like she's not just sitting back writing up this judgment, right? That's not what she's also taking other cases. She's got other cases on the docket. She's been in court all this week, right? So that's also a part of this equation. But everybody's thinking Monday, maybe Tuesday at the latest for her case. And again, we might not know the details right out the gate. It'll be under seal to begin with. We'll know the overall ruling, right? We'll know that. But the overall case will be sealed. She has to meet with the FTC and Microsoft ABK again to go over what's going to be unsealed, because obviously highly confidential information will be in that ruling as well. They have to have an understanding about what's going to be presented to the public, what's not going to be presented to the public. She could seal the entire thing and not let the public see anything too, right? Outside of the decision. So we'll find out more next week. So that's the main thing that's going on. South Africa did approve this week. So they are now approved. I think that makes 39 total now with South Africa. So they approved it completely. No conditions whatsoever. New Zealand filed their initial kind of report. Now I'm going to go by IDAS presented the key dates. New Zealand has a deadline to submit responses to the statement of issues from New Zealand by July 4th. So they filed their initial thoughts on it. They said the console market is not a problem, like everybody else pretty much has. They said the console market is not a problem, but they still have concerns about the cloud market. So now that starts that process where Microsoft has to respond. ABK has to respond to that, to those concerns. So that's where New Zealand's at. So a couple of key dates coming up here. July 4th, deadline to submit responses to the statement of issues from New Zealand. July 6th, deadline for the CMA to file and serve its defense to CAT. Again, that's still going on. They were not granted. We didn't get to talk about this last week, but CAT turned down the CMA. The CMA was trying to delay their process until October. And CAT, the tribunal that oversees kind of this whole process, said, no, we're not playing that game. We're not playing that game. You knew that there was a deadline. You gave me no valid reasons to delay this out until October. So no, you guys are still set. So July 6th is the deadline for the CMA to file. July 17th, the deadline for for Microsoft and ABK to file and serve their skeleton arguments for the CAT hearing. July 17th, we get the final decision from New Zealand. And between July 3rd and July 17th are the final decisions from Canada, South Africa, which I just said approved, South Africa approved, Turkey and Australia are due between that time frame. So by July 17th. July 18th is the end of the second extension and final outside date for the merger agreement. ABK could quit by then, and MS would have to pay a termination fee of $3 billion. The parties could extend and even amend the merger agreement as well. Now, the feeling is if this PI, preliminary injunction, is not granted, is denied by Judge Corley, then that means that Microsoft will close over the top of the FTC and potentially the CMA and start paying fines to the UK and say, no, we're closing this deal. Microsoft clarified to everybody that Activision Blizzard King will remain a separate entity underneath the umbrella, that they will report much like ZeniMax directly.
I'm about to say, just like ZeniMax?
Yep, just like ZeniMax, they will report directly to Phil. that they will be a whole subsidiary, right? That they will be on their own, because CMA and FTC have talked about what happens if we have to undo this deal, right? How is that going to work? And Microsoft said it's not going to be a problem because they're going to be wholly subsidiary, so nothing's going to change. Yeah. So if we need to come back and undo the deal, it won't be as complex as you guys are making it out to be. It'll still be complex, don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah.
But it won't be unattendable situation, right? July 19th deadline for the imposition of the CMA final order prohibiting the acquisition. July 24th deadline for the CMA to file and serve its skeleton argument for the CAT hearing. July 28th, the CAT appeal main hearing will begin with a time estimate of 6 days. August 2nd, beginning of the FTC in-house trial, if it happens. Late August, September decision from CAT, December 2023 to January 2024, decision from the FTC administrative law judge, if that happens. And then anything beyond is unknown right now. So we are coming to a close because Microsoft's going to close over the top. Don't get it twisted. They aren't going to sit back. They're not going to renegotiate this deal if they don't have to. They'd rather pay fines to the UK. They'd rather go close over the top the FTC and tell the FTC, bring it on. You already lost your PI. They don't believe, the federal judges don't believe you have a case. So come on, if you want to continue this, let's go.
He wasting money. Yeah.
Yep, that's fine. Let's do it. So I think that's really what we're down to here. This PI really is the domino that will start the end of all of this, one way or the other. So,
well, that's definitely a lot that's going on now. Pong, like I've been told that Microsoft is just doing a lot of lying right now, and that once this deal closed, their goal is to make Call of Duty exclusive to their platform.
Oh yeah, of course.
How you feel about that?
We're still running with that narrative.
Yeah.
Been said under oath that that's not the case. It's not going to happen.
Oh, that doesn't matter. Microsoft has proven in the past they don't always uphold what they say. Phil Spencer is a liar. He doesn't always uphold what he says. Satya is a businessman. It makes no sense for them to in the future continue to, they're just portraying things a certain way to look good. They're not actually going to uphold any of these. Not only that, we have to continue to look out for what Microsoft is doing, because there's a possibility that because Microsoft's just throwing money around, that people are just overlooking this because Microsoft's paying people off in the background. They possibly have paid off the judge. Again, she has a son that works for Microsoft. So there is a what do they call that, Pog, where you got somebody on the inside? There's a direct term that I was looking for. And I
know what term you're looking for. And I can't think of it. Don't ask my old brain to do this.
It's all good. When it comes, you'll say it. But
right, I will.
So yeah, there's a lot of things.
Conflict of interest.
There you go. Thank you. I'm dead too. So I don't know why that was so fucking hard. Thanks, Back. I appreciate you too. Yes, there's a conflict of interest as far as this deal goes, and it makes no sense for Microsoft to truly approach things the way they are, since all Microsoft is trying to do is, they're doing all of these things to try to fight for Call of Duty, and instead, they've already admitted that they're out of the console market. They've lost the PlayStation. There is no competition. Microsoft should just become a publisher for games. That's it. They shouldn't sell hardware anymore, since that's the route that they're trying to go anyway. That they're going to actually close business before Sony does, because it makes more sense for people to invest in a Sony console and Microsoft to put their software on a PlayStation, since they've already conceded that the console generation is over. These are the types of things that I've been hearing. There's also a lot more interesting things that people have kind of added on to the conversation. Yeah. And then there is my personal opinion, and the opinion that I have had since the very beginning. Yep. I have not wavered on how I feel about this deal.
Right.
Actually, I have more so even solidified my opinion on this issue. If this deal for Activision and Blizzard doesn't go through, and I can honestly care less whether the deal goes through or not. The one thing that I do care about for this deal is the human element of it all. And every time that people have this conversation, they never talk about the human element of the deal, right? It's only the business of it. And again, I'm not saying that Microsoft is looking at the human element either, because they might not be. But it is something that they have to consider, because part of business is looking at what you're bringing in, right? You acquire something. There's 1,000 plus, 10,000 employees.
I was going to say 1,000.
Excuse me.
Like one department.
10,000 employees that are going to be coming over when Activision Blizzard closes.
Correct.
Microsoft has also recently let go of 10,000 people at least. More than likely to make room for this deal to close. Now, I do want to bring in something Jacob Novick hit us in a tweet about. He hit us up in a comment, and he wants us to kind of touch on this, because I do feel like it adds on to what we're having right now. So somebody by the name of DM Options was covering some numbers and things as far as the deal goes. He says, it appears that someone is paying $1 million in premium for the right to own 1 million shares of Activision at $90 as of next Friday's close, and $2.35 and $2.3 million in premium for the right to own 1 million shares of Activision at $85 as of next Friday's close.
Yeah.
Now, people were trying to get an understanding of what this means. To me, this at least tells me, and I saw somebody in the comments hit the nail on the head too. To me, this tells me that somebody feels confident that the deal is going to go through, and they're potentially could get possible a good payday, right?
Yeah,
that's what that tells me. So, Jacob, I know you wanted to see if we could address that for you real quick. That's what that tells me, at least. That this person that they're trying to speak on has some confidence that this deal will close, and is trying to make some money. But nonetheless, get back to the overall.
That's been going on since this deal was announced. Warren Buffett himself or his company has invested
quadrupled
heavily in this deal. They've taken some out, as you know, the FTC and CMA blocked or moved to block. They pulled some back, but investing is highly speculative, and that just shows extreme confidence. Somebody's looking for an easy payday, because they believe obviously that the deal is going to go through, and there's a good chance. Again, the experts from the beginning have said that there's no reason to block this deal, and they probably believe that Microsoft will do what's necessary to get this deal done and not back out of it at this point, right? Which is something that we've talked about, which I'm in the belief of, that Microsoft will get this deal through no matter what they have to do. If that means going to the Supreme Court, they'll go to the Supreme Court against the FTC. And if they have to close over the top the CMA, we already know for a fact that they're discussing internally how to do that. If the CMA completely blocks it, if the CMA doesn't alter their stance and they block this deal, high level discussions have already had about closing the deal anyways and working around the UK, right? So I believe no matter what, they get this deal pushed through one way or the other. So that's all that says to me too, Steele, is that somebody believes that same process is going to happen no matter what.
Yeah, it's the same thing that I feel. Nick's real quick says, when a company raises prices, do they still care about the consumer or just their wallet? Some food for thought. I'm sure that you're probably mentioning how they've raised the prices on hardware, and also how they've raised the prices on their
we spoke on that.
It's like the rest of the industry, and we have spoke on that. Again, it sucks.
The consumer, it's bullshit.
Yeah, and again, me and Pong have, we both said that it doesn't fucking make sense. You can't say that you making astronomical profits, and then also raise prices. That tells me that you could have ate that for a little bit longer, especially 3 years in the console generation. This isn't the time to raise prices. If anything, keep it where it's at, and then adjust prices elsewhere, like whether it's you do it on services or whichever the case. But anyway, no, neither here or there. But I feel like, Nick's, the point that you're making is something that I will continue to also double down on, is as much as I may be a fan, right, of Xbox, for an example, much as I may be a fan of gaming in totality, it doesn't mean that I'm blind to the greed that these companies can have. But it doesn't mean that I also have to be blind to the consumer-facing strategies that they use. Also doesn't mean that I have to be an idiot. Like, you can use your consumer brain and say, hey, does this work for me or does it not work for me? Right. Nix is saying, I was replying to the publicly traded companies caring about the consumer first, record profits while also raising prices for their employees.
Freezing raises. Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. That's straight up business, brother. Again,
that's capitalism in America, man. Unfortunately.
But will the devs be better off without Bobby Kotick or not? Assuming that you believe that Bobby Kotick gets his golden parachute and he's gone, are they better off without him being the head decision maker who covered up a lot of the nonsense that was happening in that company? Has Microsoft proven to be a better company overall when it comes to,
Forbes top 10,
right?
Consistently.
Yep. So again, if you believe all that, then you can still say that it's a better spot. But overall, is Microsoft some generous company who does everything for their employees and sacrifices profits and all for, gives the bird to all their investors and their board? No, they didn't become a $2 trillion company by doing that. No, of course not. Of course not. They still are corporate and there's corporate greed and it's all that still exists 100%. But there are some basis to say that the human environment that they'll be getting into could be better at the end of the day because of this acquisition, for sure.
And that's the biggest thing that I always will want to come back to as far as the conversation goes, is that human element of it. And I do think that Microsoft also understands that, because again, this isn't like people always like, they look at this deal and say, oh, it's just Microsoft just trying to buy more things and doing this, that, and the other thing. And that's partially it. But the other side of that too is Microsoft is also taking in a lot of BS with this, right? There's a lot of allegations. Once Microsoft acquires Activision Blizzard, they are literally going to be expected to completely reevaluate the company. Completely. Even if they allow them to operate on their own, you have to reevaluate that entire company. Phil has to walk in there. Satya, you'd be crazy if Satya doesn't. You'd think he's not going to walk up in there and say that, hey, this is the expectation of Microsoft. This is what we're looking for. This is how we're treating our employees from going forward. These are all the additional elements that we need to consider, and this is our goal that we need to work towards. You either get with it or get lost. And I do think that environment is going to end up being better than what we're getting currently. Again, human element side of it, you have 8+ studios working on one game currently. You think all 8 studios want to work on that? I would love to see some of these studios make other games, right? Like, I would like to see High Moon make another Transformers game.
Yep.
Not another Call of Duty.
Yeah, well,
as a support dev. You know what I mean?
Cross our fingers that does come true for sure. Yeah.
So it's like, if you want to keep it strictly business, I get it. I don't think that Xbox is necessarily trying to do anything nefarious. Like what they're saying up front, that they're going to turn tail and do something different once the deal closes. Call of Duty is not going to become exclusive. They have stated that makes no sense. Look at it. Look, there's other games that they have used as an example, Minecraft again, for why that is completely unnecessary. Now, could you use an argument that, it's a possibility? Sure. For conversation's sake, it could be a possibility. Is it likely? Hell, I don't personally think so. And I do think that this is about much more than, them getting more games in-house or just making Call of Duty, bringing Call of Duty under their umbrella. There's the mobile play, there's the developer play, there's the talent play, there's the engines play. There's so many other underlying things that fit into why Activision Blizzard makes sense versus, again, most people might have not seen the wish list that Microsoft had, or the acquisition list that they were planning at. But you mean to tell me out of all the things that they probably could have done and would have been easier, that they said, you know what? We're going to we are struggling. The Xbox division is our least profitable division on some facets, right? We are going to not only consider Xbox as a pillar of Microsoft, but we're also going to spend the most amount of money this company has ever spent in that division. And we're going to do it half-assed. I just don't think that that's the case. I believe that Microsoft knew exactly what they were getting themselves into when they walked into this. Mm-hmm. The scrutiny that they were going to get, the BS that was going to come behind this deal. It is a $70 billion deal. Nobody should be able to walk away, should just be able to walk away from this deal scot-free with no questions asked. But we should also be able to look at the reality of the situation and say, who's getting hurt by this, with this deal closing? And why is this an issue? And why do people keep coming out of the woodworks trying to come up with reasons why this doesn't make sense? And
you already know why, Steel.
Of course.
Listen.
They want Xbox to play the game the same way that Sony plays it. But then when Xbox if Xbox decides to do that, they're going to complain about that too. Because that's not going to be fair. Oh, they got all this money. So I mean, they're just throwing around cash. What's different? Oh, well, look at Redfall. Because there's been no other games that have come out since then out of Xbox first party that were decent games.
And there are some people who truly believe that consolidation is bad at every step and turn, like that they truly believe that consolidation does nothing good for industries in general. So, some people out here being genuine that if that's the hill that they die on, that's the hill that they die on, that they believe that no matter what the deal is, that they wouldn't agree with this with Sony or Nintendo doing it or anybody else. That's fine. There are people out there who believe consolidation means doom and gloom overall, right? And then again, I argue that point that I think consolidation can be good, but at the same time, there are some people that are being genuine that they just hate that consolidation. They hate bigger companies buying up smaller companies, no matter what it is. And okay, I can listen to that. That's fine. It's one way of thought process. It's an opinion. It's definitely a perspective to have. And there are some history that shows that consolidation can be very bad for the consumer overall and can be bad for an industry overall, for innovation and everything else. Here, though, I just don't think it applies in this industry. But most of the noise, Steel, that you're talking about is simply noise. It's people who just don't want to see Microsoft use their bank account to do something that their favorite company can't do because they want to claim that that's not fair.
And I would accept it as just noise, Palm, but there you have Sony in other governing bodies who are also of that same mindset.
For different reasons.
I mean, for different reasons.
But Sony not. Sony's protecting their bottom line, right? Sony does. But the regulatory bodies, that's all politically driven. That's all big tech bad. That's all, hey, we're going to enforce and expand our powers beyond the normal reach because we believe we have the backing of our government to do so. So we're going to take advantage of the situation and we're going to try to hand it to Microsoft and try to write new rules as we go instead of going through the legislative process. That's all political agenda based, right? For sure. 100.
This brings up some points here. He said a lot of info coming out about the case. It reeks of absorbing as many studios to meet the bottom line demands of MS. I hope they're not biting off more than what they could chew. I don't see where you're going with that statement, Nix. Personally, saying that they're trying, it reeks of meeting the bottom line demands of MS. I feel like this deal is the complete opposite. If you were trying to meet a bottom line, you wouldn't spend $70 billion.
No, yeah.
Like I get that you have it in you have it in cash. And it's kind of different from like trying to cut deals and making money available in other ways. that's not a bottom line play. That's we want to make we want to really shake the industry up and make some movement in an area where people have been literally downplaying us. Again, out of the deal, we have been given proof that Sony intentionally cuts deals to keep Microsoft out, to keep Xbox out. And there's not enough amount of money. Like, sometimes loyalty can't be bought. Sometimes people have true loyalty, like a Square Enix, from what I've seen thus far. Now, that could change, but when you have a certain amount of loyalty, when these companies have been working with a product for so long, working with this company for so long, and this company has a user base that is so wide that it just makes sense for you to kind of focus in on that platform, and they purposely make sure to cut deals that they're to leave their competition out and to cause them to have a more difficult time to survive within the industry. There's no amount of money that fixes that. And you can sit here and say all day, well, they should just make better games and get better dev talent, and that's not how this shit works. This isn't 20 years ago. You can't just say, make good games. That's obviously not how this shit works. So with them making this deal, with everything that we've heard about the deal and all the ups and downs and everything else, I do still feel as though this is Microsoft saying, hey, we're still trying to do it our own. We're still trying to do it differently while adapting to our new strategy, right? Similar in some ways, but still trying to stand on the laurels that we believe in. Because we do have competition. And again, like when people say that, Microsoft doesn't believe in the consoles anymore and they don't take that shit serious, it's like, I get the concept of why people feel that way. But as a business, I don't think that that's the case. I think they do understand. But when you're working against the machine, and again, Microsoft is even the machine. People have been working against Microsoft for a long time. So you have to imagine that Microsoft knows what they're dealing with. That's why they spent the money. Because other people have had to spend the money to compete. Google's had to do it. Apple's had to do it. And they still aren't where Windows is ever going to be. So I get the concept of where people are trying to go with it, but it's also been blatantly made obvious that Microsoft and Xbox, Windows and Xbox are two different things. Their approaches are completely different. The business of Microsoft and the gaming division of Microsoft, as much as they might intrinsically collide with each other every now and then, the board has to sit down and have meetings and talk about these things and see. The board may not be happy with how gaming is planning out, and they don't understand why you're spending this amount of money on these deals, and we're Game Pass, and people, they still said they're profitable. So they're doing something right. For me, I still have the 90% faith that the deal is going to go through. Whether Microsoft closes over the top, or whatever they have to do. That's just my belief. And I do think that if the deal ends up, for whatever reason, if Microsoft does have to pull out of this, I think that does open up a bigger conversation that I think a lot of people won't want to have or will not have about why is an American-based company treated worse than foreign companies. I mean, I could come up with a few different reasons why, but it's a whole different podcast. A whole different podcast that we can have about that. But
it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, anyway. It also opens up within what is truly competition then. So competition is whatever you deem it to be. That's going to help line your pockets, right? That's what competition has to work out a certain way. So I do either way. This is going to open up interesting conversation.
Yeah, well,
But for me,
ripples are going to be big.
I just want people to understand the human element of it all versus just the business. And again, I know Microsoft may not be 100% looking at the human element of it, but it is something that you have to take in consideration. These are 10,000 people you have to do something with, whether you cut some of them off or you decide to pay all of their salaries. That is something that you have to consider. So it's difficult for me to think that they are not considering the human element because they have to. It's part of the business. I mean, I don't know. It's just wild that people continue to, and again, people can feel however they want. You want to continue to push against the grain and think that big bad Microsoft and, oh, they need to compete the same way that Sony's competing. And I just think that no matter what, in my heart to hearts, I believe actually that no matter what Xbox, Microsoft does, they're always going to get looked at side. They're always going to have to go through all the rigmarole and have to jump through every single
absolutely
hoop to get something done. Now, again, even the judge from this most recent, when they were in court, stated that, hey, if the deal wasn't this big, you wouldn't even be in front of us right now. You wouldn't be going through this process.
The FTC said that themselves. The FCC,
the FCC said that.
Yeah, they admitted that. They said if this deal wasn't as big as it is, we wouldn't be here.
So again,
and Microsoft will test that, by the way. If this does not clear, if for whatever reason they do back out, they will test that theory right there.
Do you really want to play that game?
Right. No,
because my
people still aren't going to be happy. People still are not going to be happy.
No. Either way.
Because again, when if this deal gets blocked, if Microsoft pulls out and says, fine, we give up, the precedent has now been set. They will use those words from the FTC. They will take those to heart. And like I said, when they go to the East and they go in Sony's backyard and they start grabbing things, people still will have a problem with it. If they grab Sega, if they grab Square Enix, if they go after a Bandai Namco, if they do something like that, which will be lesser than this ABK deal.
Much lesser.
Right. People still will not be happy. And they will come back with more excuses as to why this is not okay, even though that's the rules that Microsoft has been told they need to play by. When Microsoft goes out and starts gobbling up third-party exclusivity, timed or not, and they start spending some money, again, everything's going to change. No, they're not going to invest $70 billion overall into gaming again. They're not going to do that. But they're going to go out and play hardball because those are the rules that have been set forth. People will come up with more reasons, more excuses as to why it's not fair. This is where we're at with that side of the community, with that circus. They just never will stop. People will never be happy, like you said, Steele, that Microsoft is in this industry, period.
Yeah, and people definitely can't live with the fact that people keep trying to shut down the fact, people keep trying to treat Xbox like they're underdog and this and other thing. It's like, where you can't purposely be blind to brand recognition and the power that Sony has had the entire time that they've been in this the hardware industry in totality. And me and Paul always talk about this and bring this up. It is a factual part of this conversation. You can't just conveniently exclude it all of a sudden. Just because Microsoft has money doesn't mean that their approach was the same as Sony's was. Matter of fact, there's documentation and video proof to tell you that wasn't the case. That's not how this industry has been.
It was a different industry back then as well, and people always like to conflate, or actually ignore, I should say. They like to ignore the fact that the industry was different back then. But what Sony did when they entered this industry, when they were almost at their peak of electronic hardware popularity, they used their power from the electronics. Again, they used their money that Sony Corporation had, not from PlayStation, but from their position in the hardware sector, to do the same thing that Microsoft is doing now, It's just that Microsoft is doing it at a different scale because the industry itself is at a new height. It's totally different, but exactly the same. Sony walked in and had to you swing their big stick around to make sure that they had the advantages to succeed in this industry. Microsoft came in at a later point. The industry started to change. They failed at what they initially tried to do, put themselves in a bad spot, but they also now have the advantage of having Microsoft, a $2 trillion company behind Xbox, willing to go ahead and go out and spend. So they're doing it no differently than what Sony did. It's just a different scale right now. And that's what people see. And again, social media, everything else behind it, big tech, all that stuff is different now. That's why you see the hyper focus on this. That's why you see people hating on it, because they ignore the fact of what Sony did when they first entered this industry as well.
Yeah. I mean, and that's what competition is about, man.
That's business. That's business. Again, people up in arms. Oh my God, look, we've got the emails behind the scenes. They want to outspend Sony out of the industry.
Sony said the same thing.
That's business, folks. That's competition. You don't come in to any space and be like, oh, right. Which again is something that, yes, I will say front facing Phil has presented his philosophy as a public facing. He has said things that certainly would indicate that, sure, if he ran the entire industry or if he had that kind of power, he would have everybody play along and be kumbaya together. But behind the scenes, when it comes to money and it becomes to business, you don't walk into a space to be third place. You don't walk into a space to make your competitors feel comfortable. You walk into a space to dominate.
Uncomfortable.
Yes. You come in to dominate. And you use whatever advantages you have. Now, there are laws that say you can't do certain things. That's what we're seeing at play here. There are certainly laws that prevent you from wiping everybody out and becoming the sole owner of that industry, which is a monopoly. We've obviously seen that at play right now, but you don't come in to make sure that everybody feels good about what you're doing. No.
Yeah,
you're not going to accomplish your goals doing that at all. So again, it's all... It is what it is. People are always going to do
it's perspective, right? I mean, everybody's going to have their own perspective and have their own outlook and how they treat this thing. It's just, it's funny because it's a good amount of people that do feel as though this is just going to be bad for the industry, that they don't get the point of this. That this doesn't help Microsoft with their bottom line problem. That's their creativity, their ability to lead. And I mean, to me, again, when you go from having 5 to 6 studios to having over 30, again, that's a lot to adjust to. But when are you going to adjust? Do you want them to slowly get developer by developer and make sure that they're perfect before they go acquire the next thing? No, because that's not how this fucking industry works, or any industry works. You can't wait. You got to spend the money while it's hot. You got to make the moves like that you need to make while it's hot, and take advantage.
Yep, absolutely. And Nix, I agree. Again, art and entertainment are no longer art and entertainment unless you really get down to the indie scene, right? That's why the indie scene still thrives in movies, in art itself, in video games. That's why the indie scene is still viable. Because again, that's where you get closest to the pure form of those things. But no, we are long past the point where arts and entertainment is anything but a business. And without money being involved, we wouldn't be enjoying the things that we're currently enjoying. And if, like I said, if you're one of those purists and you want to get down to that level, then this space up here at the top is not for you. You're going to find it riddled with greed. You're going to find it riddled with everything that we've talked about, right? We just got them talking about Diablo 4. It starts now. We've seen Ubisoft for sure. They make games from the perspective of how is this going to make money first before they say, how are we going to make a good game? So no, you're absolutely correct. When it comes to that, it's not just America either. It is worldwide. Obviously, America corporations are easy to point to, but it's now worldwide. We've lost that innocence of what's once was just a creative thing is now business oriented through and through, unfortunately. Right. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. But I will also say why we're getting gigantic games like Starfield, right, is because there is money behind it. There is money to be made. Otherwise, we'd still be in the 8-bit, 16-bit era, right? Because tech is expensive, no matter what.
It's literally the entire business is to make money. Yeah. They're not making money out of the kindness of their heart. I mean, fortunately, there is a business for them to make these games, right? And for us to buy them, but overall, business.
Business. Even in the art world, there's money laundering now. So, I mean, it's been that's again, artists are made based upon money laundering schemes. So, art that sells for $100,000, $1 million. Generally speaking, there's some kind of money laundering scheme behind it, right? The days of Picasso are long gone, right? Where art was genuinely appreciated for what it was and the value behind it was given to it by the people who actually appreciated the artist and his vision. That's even gone to a lot of a degree right now. So, unfortunately. Yep, build a cash shop. You're right, Eastside Vandal, modern day game, and build a cash shop and then make a game around that. It's sad. Yes, absolutely. A lot of people still take that approach. I still will not blanket statement that across the industry. I still think there's a lot of people trying to really do good work. And there are things that we see. And again, I will point to Game Pass. I'm a fan of Game Pass, that there's still a way to do things that can be beneficial to everybody involved, right, from the dev side to the publishing side to the corporate side to the consumer. There are still ways to do business. And in my eyes, at least at the end of the day, Microsoft and Xbox are trying to do something to give value to the consumer. Whether you find value in it or not, that's up to you. For me, it's the greatest value that I've ever had as a gamer. And I still see them trying, because when you give value to the consumer, it creates a much better situation where the fan base is more willing to invest. But you also see the other side where Sony can increase prices, and other publishers, obviously 2K and everybody else who did it, to $70, and their fan base says, yes, please give me more. I'll pay $100 per game if you ask me to. Like, again, that's personal value. I don't personally agree with that. I think that becomes greedy at that point. I don't think games need to be as expensive as they are, but that's the business side, and it is what it is. But I still think there are ways to give value back to everybody involved. It just takes a lot more effort than it is to be 100% greedy at the end of the day. But like I said, Ubisoft, 100%, they're greedy bastards.
I mean, but for better or worse, they also have games that are like, you could spend $100 in, so it's kind of
correct. That's what I'm saying. Big games, wouldn't be here without it, for sure. Because again, technology, it costs money. It costs a ton of money to do this stuff, for sure.
Yeah, 1,000%. I mean, again, I'm interested to see how this continues to play out within the governing bodies, and how it plays out in court, and what the overall decision is going to be. I still believe in my heart to heart that it's going to open up a good conversation, and it's going to continue to be a good conversation for the foreseeable future, because the acquisitions aren't going to stop. And I get that people get tired of talking about these things and the speculation of it all. But again, sometimes you got to pull your head out of your ass and like get yourself
more to it.
Like, just there is so much more going on within the gaming industry than just whatever your main concerns are. And but it is also fair for you to only focus on whatever your main concerns are.
Right.
But you have to understand that there's a whole other play that's happening out here. And if you don't enjoy talking about these things, then let's actually talk about the games that you're playing, and make it an interesting conversation that you're having. Because a lot of the times I see these different shows talking about shit, and they don't have any interest, and they're just you're making up shit?
Just throwing out a topic and surface level discussing it. Again, that's their prerogative. It's just not why I jumped into this space at all. And Nick's, that's a final great point on that topic, by the way, too, which I didn't mention, but it is something that I had in the back of my skull too. So thanks for bringing it up, Nick's as well. the other side of that is too, even if there is a good game made, a great game made, if the money isn't there, then that game gets shelved or put away forever. We never see it again. A lot of great IP has been lost through the generations because business wise, it doesn't make sense. And yes, that is another sad part of it, that you can have a great idea and a great product and it just doesn't do anything for the business. So therefore they go, well, it might have been great, but nobody bought it. So therefore we're just not putting it out there again. Right. That does suck as well. Absolutely 100%. Whereas back in the day, before it became this prevalent, franchises were given a chance to mature. Nowadays, a lot of franchises aren't given a chance to mature. A game like Anthem comes out,
that should have been given a chance to mature.
It should have been given a chance. Again,
they were working on it,
but it's EA and it's not going to happen, right? Because it doesn't financially make sense for them to take that risk, right? And that does suck a lot. Back in the day, we had a lot of games that came out that weren't great. Final Fantasy #1, go back and play Final Fantasy #1. It ain't that great of a game, even if you take it in the standpoint that it was on the original NES. It doesn't matter. If you look at their later iterations, much better, right? And they continued to grow that franchise into what we know it is today, right? So that doesn't happen a whole lot these days, if at all. You got to knock it out of the park with the first one. Titanfall, perfect example. There's no reason why we don't have it. We shouldn't have a Titanfall 3 right now. Titanfall 2 got killed off by bad decision making. It is a fantastic game, one of the best first-person shooter campaigns that you will ever play in your life. There is zero reason why there should not be investment in Titanfall 3, other than the fact that EA sees Apex Legends money. It's in the Titanfall world, and they say, yeah, we don't need Titanfall 3. We don't need it.
Sucks. I mean, that could be the case. God Empress, you derailed the stream for those guys last night. I didn't even know. I stopped tuning in after a minute. I can only take so much of certain things that just don't fucking make sense to me, and nobody. And again, hey, people are different. Nix does bring up an interesting point. He says gaming hasn't been the same to me since the 360, PS3, and Wii era. Still love it, but the love isn't the same now. See, Nix. And this opens an interesting conversation I didn't think that I was gonna get into today. This is something that I always think about, right? Because we reminisce and we think about the games. There's nothing like those early Gears and Halo days for me. Halo 2, 3, Gears of War 2, or even Gears 1 in 06. There's nothing like those times where everything was just so natural and organic. You were doing game battles and MLG was a thing, and in online gaming, but it was starting to become really prevalent and really impactful. I do personally think, though, Nix, that gaming is better today than it's ever been. Personally. When I can look at my library, before, I had a problem because I had to justify, even if I had money, I was justifying to myself the value of games. I would devalue a game based off the fact if it had multiplayer or not. If it didn't have multiplayer, there was no reason for me to play it. None. Zero. Zilch. And that was because of how I grew up with gaming. There weren't very many options. You had to make a decision and a choice, because the decision and choice you made, you had to live with for some time. Now, there's more games than ever. There's never a moment where I sit down and I want to get into a gaming session outside of just me being in my own head because of the type of games I like to play. Like, I could be completely honest and say, because of me seeing Armored Core 6, it is hard for me to play certain games now. It just is. Like, I am that guy who gets so hype about certain games where I'm just like, I really want to play these other games? I would rather just play this game, right? I feel like I'm holding myself over for something. Vandal says the Steel's all grown up. But not like, my point with that, though, is because of things like Game Pass, because of things like services, because of all these other things, graphics have moved forward. The online capabilities have moved forward, right? But back then, I had to deal with people lag switching me and dealing with a bunch of dumb BS that I was frustrated with. I don't have that as much nowadays. So it's like, as great as that time was, like I think the 90s was a great time to be alive, although I was young during that era. I'm not going to say that the 90s, I'm not going to necessarily say that the 90s are better than today. Like conceptually, sure. But as far as like a living on a day-to-day basis, is as much convenience as I have now. It's hard for me to make that trade, right? I wish I could mesh some things, right?
More interference now.
There is, they're 100%. They're 100%. And I get what you're saying. There was more new IPs and things of that nature, sure, during that era. But again, that was also during a time where gaming still had a lot to prove. You had to give people the reason to continue to want to stay part of that, and to gaming was still having a hard time maintaining, breaking out into the mass audience, right? Where people were making it, where people had some form of acceptance. And still today, we still have an issue of some of that acceptance level. And people, again, will still tell you that gaming is a waste of time, but anything else that you do outside of making your life better is not a waste of time. If you go down to the court to play ball, if you go to the table to go draw, if you go paint, if you go work on your car, if you go do any of these other things, those aren't considered a waste of time. Gaming is. Like anything could be a waste of time if you consider it that. I don't. This is a hobby to me. Like anything else is a hobby. I have the choice to enjoy it as much as I can, or as much as I want, and to do other things. Like for an example, I have a motorcycle meet that I'm going to tomorrow. So guess what I was doing this week? Making sure the bike was made, got all my maintenance done, cleaned it up, make sure everything is running good. I got to go to the store later, pick up some more oil. I got to make sure I got to make sure things are good to go, right? Use some more. I've used the oil. I've ran that bad boy. But that is another one of my hobbies. I purposely will set aside that hobby to play games sometimes. Instead of going out for a ride and getting crazy with some folks sometimes. Stay in the house. I'm also a dad. Right? I'd rather be home safe with the kiddos. I'm also the guy that I like to come home. I don't get too crazy. I want to come home. I want my kids to go without pop. So it's like everything within consideration. You have to find out what your reasoning for you enjoying this hobby is. And if you as an individual, not pointing anybody out in the chat or anybody in particular, but if you're struggling to find a reason for you to stay invested in your hobby, maybe you don't care about the hobby anymore.
It's fine.
Which is fine.
Yeah, people grow and change.
You have to be, and as a person, you have to be able to accept that. It's just not the same for you. The gaming is still going to be here. Give it a break for a year. Come back, see what happens. As things buckle down for me and I really get hammered down back into school, I'm going to have to make sacrifices. I'm not going to be able to game and do all these things and have all the time. And I'm just not. It's like there are things you have to consider in every part of your life. And find your reasoning for your being and go from there. That's
it's perspective, and it's 100% personal perspective. It's 100% personal perspective about where you believe anything that you enjoy is at, right? That's how it is. Gaming is no different. And it's complex because the 360 PS3 era itself was still a very free era from a society standpoint. It was a very different time. So the devs were in a different mode. It still was a relatively unique hobby from the standpoint that it hadn't reached that mass appeal level. So the it was much more an enthusiast hobby at that time. And this goes for anything. You guys have heard me speak about this. Again, I enjoy the fact that there are more gamers now than ever before, because the more money, the more talent that's in this industry, the more chance that I have to get new experience or bigger experiences or completely different experiences than I ever have in this hobby before because of its popularity. But I also believe that there is a downside to that, because it also can dilute your favorite hobby as well. It can also create a lot of blandness as these companies try to create games that appeal to a wider audience instead of just focusing on their fan base itself, right? That we've seen that time and time again. That can always happen. Again, I grew up through the eras, every single era of video games I have been a part of. I have seen every single change happen. This has also happened with pop culture. As social media was introduced, it changed pop culture, right? Because again, what once I was bullied for liking Star Wars, for liking Star Trek, for liking video games, for liking Dungeons and Dragons, for liking Transformers, that used to be, oh, what? How old are you? You're now in middle school. Why are you still liking this kiddie stuff? To now, whereas adults, as full-grown adults, now it's the cool thing. Now Marvel is cool, right? Now comics are cool, right? All this stuff has happened. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I like all the changes that have come with that popularity as well. Because again, as a creator, no matter what you're doing, whether it's video games, comic books, movies, TV, it doesn't matter what kind of entertainment you're trying to create. Now you've got a much bigger audience that you have to satisfy. And obviously, a lot of different things have changed as well within society. Again, not everything that I agree with. And that has had an influence on pop culture as well as to what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, etc. And so a lot of my favorite franchises, Star Wars, I don't go on the rants I used to anymore about Star Wars, but I thought it was great when Disney bought it, because I was like, yes, we're going to get more Star Wars, right? Something us as Star Wars fans never got. We're going to get more Star Wars because Disney owns it. Disney's going to finally start making all these great things. What did Disney do? They walked in and destroyed all the lore and said, that doesn't count. We're starting our new Star Wars. And then they went into a direction and made movies that I absolutely can't. Well, I shouldn't say I can't stand or I hate, but let's just say I really have no interest or love in. Right? So this happens all the time in the 360 PS3 era, specifically about video games, since this is what we started on, was one of those free times when people were trying new things. And the other thing that also happens, obviously, is eventually ideas start running out, right, and every game becomes an iteration of other games that you've already previously played. And I know that that's real. And people can say, oh, look at this game. It's just a copy of this other game. Well, yeah, that's what happens. Eventually, fresh ideas run out. And now, as we were just previously talking about, with big business involved, new ideas, fresh ideas are shot down because that's a high risk situation. So you get less and less chances being taken, right? Gears of War was a high risk proposition to come out and try to do something in a cover-based third-person shooter that was extremely adult oriented during the 360 era, that was extremely gory, right? Was a chance, was a risk. Now, obviously, they knew their audience, right? They knew the dude shooter bros were out here, really, and that they had a better chance of success, but that was still a risky proposition back then. You're not going to see those chances taken nowadays as much as you did back then, which also, again, gets back to my point where things kind of can seem more bland than they used to. But from my perspective, why I call this the golden age of gaming, from somebody who's seen every single generation of gaming, is because I have more choice than I ever have previously. I have more opportunity to see a game and fall in love with a game than I ever did before, because there's so much content coming out. I can always find something that I'm interested in, Whereas back in the day, we didn't necessarily have that chance. Again, all those old timers always bring up the story. You walked into a store and you had to look at the back of the box and read the description and look at the graphics and be like, yeah, I think this game's going to be good. And then that was your spend, right? That was your money. And if the game sucked, you brought it home and it was nothing like you thought it was going to be, you were stuck with that damn game because for sure your parents were going out and spending another $50, right? To go buy you another new game. Like that was how we did it as kids. I can't imagine being a kid now popping up Game Pass and seeing 400 plus titles there that I get to go try out.
Crazy.
For one monthly price, man. Like I'm in heaven as an adult. I can't imagine as a kid. Again, kids don't have that perspective, so to them that's normal. But for me, it was crazy. That would be crazy time, right? And that's why I'm so enthralled with it now. But I do think this is the golden age of gaming because of the amount of talent, the amount of people that are involved in this industry now. Really does provide an opportunity for me to find, even if the experience is similar to something I've played over my 40 plus years of gaming, it's now different on a different level, whether it's the graphics, whether it's the writing, whether it's the mechanics involved, whether it's the controls, whether it's the 60 frames per second or 120 frames per second, something still grabs my interest and I still get damn excited. And with an experience like Starfield, that was never possible on that scale previous to this. Yes, I know other games have done similar scale now, No Man's Sky, et cetera. I love No Man's Sky. Again, I was day one on that. There's other games trying it, but Starfield still comes at a time where I look at it and go, I can't ever imagine being a kid and thinking I was going to be able to go become a freaking space pirate in any capacity. I never would have thought that was going to be possible, but here we are in 2023 and they're going to make it possible for me. Bethesda, Todd and his team are going to do that. So that's what still gets me excited about right now. But I do understand the concept because yes, I am a nostalgia freak who does look back and goes, yes, to Steele's point, the 90s were better. Steele, what happened? What happened?
Nothing.
Okay.
It's something we talked about earlier. And
okay.
Somebody said because you can have sex with a bear in Baldur's Gate 3, it's their game of the year.
Yep, of course. Yeah, I know I've seen plenty of those comments, dude. Sign me up. People have been saying that nonstop. Like this is yeah. We can talk about that for a second here in a minute. But for me, anyway. I can look back and honestly say, I wish the 80s and 90s were now, right? I do. And maybe that is with rose tinted glasses. I'm willing to admit that. But what I'm saying is there are lots of things that I look at now. Again, I would give up social media to go back then. Lots of people would say, hell no, I would give up the access that I have. I would give up any of that shit to go back then. I personally would. So when I look back at my gaming during those eras, for sure, from a much younger person's perspective that I was back then, I could say, hell yeah, I was having the time of my freaking life, my early 20s, having my bros because we were in a fourplex and we had 3 of the 4 were dudes all in the same age group and we were partying, playing video games. We all shared the same interest, blah, blah, blah. We were having the hell of the time of our life, popping in Dreamcast for the first time. My God, it was unbelievable. So I can look back and say, man, those memories were great. But overall, from a gamer's perspective, right now being in this community, meeting people like Steele, who have become my best friend, that I have in real life, along with Mav, even though we've never met in real life, just doing this. Gaming right now is the golden age. I find more joy in the stuff that I'm playing. And again, if something comes along and I go, nope, that wasn't for me, I've got 300-400 other titles to choose from right now to go see if they are for me, right? Whereas back in the day, we didn't have that. But the 360 era, the PS3 era, to Nick's point, was a special era. There was a lot of chances being taken. There's a lot of IP that we're seeing coming back that I never thought would come back from the 360 era. But that's also why you also hear me speak about a game like Werewolf the Apocalypse. I can go play that game where a lot of people could not play that game and find enjoyment in that game because it does feel old. I can go play that game and say, it's just pure fun, man. And I just love the hell out of it. Because it's just nostalgic for me. It reminds me of the 360 era when people were doing weird random games out of the blue that we didn't know we would like. All of a sudden show up and we liked them. So It is personal perspective, but I totally get your point, Steele, and you're right. Sometimes you just grow out of a hobby, man, and that's cool. Like there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes people do need to be honest with themselves that if this isn't providing them the enjoyment that it once was, they could certainly be right and say the industry has changed to a point where you just don't appreciate it anymore. Again, that's where I'm at with Star Wars. I have my originals, right? I have my original content that I will love forever, that I can go watch and still freaking just smile and laugh and feel all the fuzzy feelings that I get from the original Star Wars. I can still do that today. Just because Disney's gone in a direction that I don't agree with and that I don't enjoy has not ruined that for me. But that's why you also see in this space a lot of retro gamers who continue to play retro games, and that's all they play is retro games. You get that still, that love, that feeling. The new games just don't do it for you. That's okay. For me, that's not the case. I enjoy what's coming out right now. So.
I love the innovation. I love the seeing the different things. I mean, again, there's a lot of stuff that's coming from the East that hasn't been touched on in gaming, either because people are scared to touch on it, or just because they're not from that area. So it's hard for you to touch on something that you genuinely don't have a relation to or have a feeling for. And what's also helped that is that a lot of the Eastern culture has become more acceptable to allow those things so we get more of those fantasy elements and things can be more unique and more surprising. So
and there's more to discover when it comes to different cultures to Steele. There's stories that haven't been told. We've talked about this. Now that Africa is starting to get some attention, there is African mythology that has not been touched on in books, that has not been touched. Right, exactly.
So much.
And again, that's the kind of stuff that still gets me excited because, like you said, Steele, with the East, I've played Eastern style games for a long time because I've always been a JRPG guy, right? But still, now that China's involved, now that Korea's involved, there's still twists and different mythology that I've never seen before that I'm going, wow, like I said, Sword and Fairy. Sure, you can say, well, it's got that general flavor, but the mythology behind it, there's some different things in there that haven't been touched on before that I'm like, concepts that I'm like, oh, damn, this is cool, right? This is really cool. All of that still excites me to this day. And there's so much more. The Middle East still has not been delved in. Yeah, sure. Assassin's Creed and some titles have touched in there, but not to the degree of like, Greek mythology, which I love to death, right? It still hasn't been touched on to that degree that we could get a lot more experiences that we never thought we were going to get or that we didn't know we were going to love coming out of those places as this industry continues to grow. And that's what still gets me going. And excited for the future for sure.
1000%, definitely agree. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we definitely broke down quite a bit for you today. Even got into some heartfelt conversation here. Now there is a couple more things. There's a few more things that we could definitely get into here. Honestly, we'll probably go for some time. Well, just a quick hitter here. Red Dead is rumored to be coming back. There's gonna be a remake coming. But it's rumored. No, nothing to confirm this right now or anything like that.
Remake, whatever.
Whatever it is. Insider Gaming, this has come from Idle Sloth, from a classification on South Korean ratings board, who claimed that it'll be announced in August. The Red Dead Redemption Remaster concept is gathering steam right now. So, with that said, I mean, as somebody who was more of a fan of Red Dead, the first one, and wasn't a fan of the second one. Again, I have this thing with games that it shouldn't take 10 hours of a game for it finally to hit. No, that tells me the pacing is not the greatest. So with that being said, now I could have rose-tinted glasses. I just don't remember the original Red Dead being that way. Right? I thought the entire story was engaging from what I can remember. The gameplay was engaging from what I can remember. And if they bring back if they just remaster the game and update it to how Red Dead 2 looks and maybe drop it as a package, right? Where they do 1 and 2, do like a collective, because they got to do something with the naming scheme, because 1 is technically the second part, right? 1 happens after Red Dead 2. So it's like, Do you go and fix the naming of it too? And how do you address that? And I do think them putting out a collection would be a perfect way to kind of to fix that, right? Because there wasn't good planning on that. And I'm pretty sure they didn't expect for maybe they didn't expect for Red Dead to be as successful as it was. So when they made Red Dead 2, they were like, oh, we got to go back and this, that, and other thing. So it's like, I don't know. I would love for them to put out a collection and say, hey, Red Dead Part 1, Red Dead Part 2. I don't mind doing parts of things when it actually makes sense to do parts of things. Hello, Last of Us, whatever. Anyway, nonetheless, that's something completely different. I am excited about this, right? Again, could be a lot of nostalgia that's pushing me through with this, but as someone, I just don't have the want to jump into Red Dead 2 because as much as the beginning of the story was interesting, after that, the in-between is not. Me riding a horse to my destinations and it taking like real life time in some facets to get to certain areas, I didn't like it. It takes you out of the experience. I'm bad about that, right? Where if you don't keep me engaged enough or keep me wanting to play enough, I will disconnect because there are other games to play. To me, I feel like that more so speaks on the overall quality of the game in totality, right? Because pacing should be considered. But I am excited for a Red Dead remake. How about you, Tom?
Yeah. No, remaster, remake, whatever they do, as long as they do it well, they can't do what they did with the Grand Theft Auto remasters, okay? Please don't do that shitty ass job and just slap it out there and put a price on it. If they do a quality job, absolutely. I'm a Red Dead 1 fan through and through. That's one of my all-time goats. I love John Marston. I love John Marston more than I do Arthur Morgan.
Okay.
He was a great freaking character. I love that entire story.
He was about to smoke too.
Yeah. And I'm a Wild West guy. So these games always speak to me. I did not finish Red Dead 2. Like I talked about it the other night, I'm thinking about picking it up on PC to play it in 60 frames and see how beautiful it actually looks, since Rockstar has decided not to bring that up to date, which I don't understand.
Maybe too many people are working on GTA 6.
I don't care. They have so much money. They got so many studios. Find somebody to freaking do it, for God's sake. You don't have to rework the entire game. The game's gorgeous. Just bring it up to date for the series consoles and for PlayStation 5. For God's sakes, Rockstar, have some pride in your previous games and just make them current. Again, as much flack as I give Ubisoft, that's one thing that they've done very well is provide patches for generations, right? They've updated a lot of their games for free. But Red Dead 1. Red Dead 1 is a goat of mine. I would love to go back and play this for sure. I think I'm all for it, Steel, as long as they do it right. Again, if it's just
can't be a GTA trilogy scenario. No, it can't be that.
No. This game deserves, all those games deserve more. That's why I hate what they did so much. I mean, Vice City should be freaking. Anyways, Red Dead, I'm all for it, Steel. I hope this is real. I'd be excited to go back and play this again. Again, I love John Marston. I love the story. Everything about it. I 100%ed that game. It's something that I want to go back to, and I would take time to go back to if they do it right. So yeah, bring it on, Rockstar. Let's do it.
Super dope. Let's see what else we got in the cards here. We do have apparently Xbox is going to have a pretty supreme presence, not only at Gamescom this year, apparently, but also at TGS, Tokyo Game Show, which is extremely telling in some ways, right? The top echelon of Xbox, Phil, Matt Booty, some others, Sarah Bond, have been feeling quite upbeat this year as far as trying to, what's a good word for, trying to not give us anticipation for things, but kind of hype us up as we go through the year, right? They told us not to lessen our expectations for this recent E3 time that they had, the game showcase that they did, with the Xbox showcase that they did, and they were right to not to, right? It turned out very successful, in my opinion. I think I gave the show a 10 out of 10. Due to pacing, games that were shown, all these things nature. One of Xbox's best show in a long time, probably since I want to go back to what 2013, maybe around that time, when they really made something that was impactful. I feel like this recent one did that. And if they have more to show us, for an example, if it's more games, maybe it's an update on Hellblade, maybe we get some actual gameplay at one of these shows. Who knows? That's a very interesting thing to hear, right? Because a lot of people, we were talking about Activision Blizzard earlier, and a lot of people think that Xbox is relying on that to help push them forward. And again, I'll reiterate this. They have come out and stated that that's not their entire plan. It's an accelerant to their plan. So with that taken in consideration, what other pieces of the puzzle are you bringing to us at the Tokyo Game Show? Because people are starting to have this conversation. And for an example, we'll start with Tokyo Game Show first, and I don't know what to anticipate there, but we'll have a little bit of a conversation because me and Paul always talk about the East and how much we want that representation in gaming, and because they are the ones that are really pushing gameplay forward more so than other things, right?
And aesthetics.
And aesthetics too. That's true. That's very true. Yeah. Which speaks to me. I'm all about aesthetics. But anyway, because a lot of people were in a mindset that PlayStation is currently trying to work with, they're trying to get into those same spaces also, like getting a Pearl Abyss, for an example. Now, I want to start with that. I know many people may not be familiar with Pearl Abyss, which is perfectly fine. Pearl Abyss is one of those that kind of came out of nowhere, South Korean dev, that helped create Black Desert Online. Right, it was first started by Kakao Games, and then Pearl Abyss took over, and it is now their game. It has become an amazing game since they've taken over for Black Desert Online. As a matter of fact, you guys got a chance to check out what that is, and you still want an idea of what Crimson Desert's potential is, I would suggest you at least going to play a season of Black Desert Online. Less. I don't think that Sony is going to, I don't think that Pearl Abyss would cut a deal with Sony. The main reason that I say that is because of the relationship that Xbox has built with Pearl Abyss. I don't think that Black Desert Online would have got the recognition that it had if it would have stayed on PC only. Xbox cut a deal for that game to come into Game Pass. And from what I have seen and from the numbers that I can find, I personally feel that Game Pass has helped propel that game much further than anything else has been able to, right? You're able to get in there, try it out, see if it's something for you, especially with a lot of the updates they have now. Now you can try different classes out, maxed out, so you can get a level 60 character, see what that level 60 character feels like. And then if you want to roll with that character, you can, and you'll start fresh with a level 1, and you know what you're working up towards. And because of the relationship that Xbox has built with Pearl Abyss, just using them as an example, I do think and I believe that Xbox is trying to dig deeper in that bag because they still need something, an IEP, a developer, again, a Nexon, like Kakata brought up in there. We've mentioned that in the past. You need something like that to help bolster what you're good at. What I need Xbox to do is to continuously focus on their multiplayer faceted side of things. And the best people that are doing that right now are in the East. Final Fantasy 14, Xbox, need one. Black Desert isn't going to be that for you. Now, could the First Ascendant be that? Maybe. Maybe. That's out of Nexon. So are you going to have you spoke with Nexon and see what kind of deals that you could cut with them to get those games to come on in? Right? To help bolster your service and give people more variety as part of their value, because that's another big significant part of Game Pass is that, really the Xbox ecosystem currently is that variety of titles that you can jump into and at least try out to see if it's you. So with Xbox apparently having making that bigger push in the East, I do think this year at Tokyo Game Show might be the first time ever that they truly make their presence known and felt, and not for us, but for the East, to let them know, hey, the games that you guys like playing over here, we're bringing that into the Xbox ecosystem. Matter of fact, it's gonna be part of Game Pass. We got a dollar deal coming. We got a family plan. We got this, and other things to help complete our service. Hey, come try it out to see what you got. We want to show you guys that we understand that we need more representation. The same way that Xbox needs to work on their localization strategy. I think that'll be another good opportunity to help bolster that localization strategy in the East. Because if you can get them in, especially for a culture that is more so on the move, you have to bring in titles that they can play in the same give them a way to play that fits within their lifestyle. And those more multiplayer faceted games are those things, along with the cultural references, and because not everybody likes what the West has going on. Nobody wants a game about Jesus. It's just
they're making one though. The one's coming out.
They are making.
Yes, they are making one. It actually looks kind of cool, first person.
Too. Yeah, could be. But nobody wants that. You know what I'm saying? The East doesn't care. But if Microsoft can show, if Xbox can show, because that's one of the areas that they're weakest in. Is the East in totality. And you notice how I'm not just saying Japan or South Korea or China or anything. I'm putting the East in totality because there's no telling where you can get that talent from. I just hope that Microsoft is taking this more seriously than I'm expecting, and we get some big announcements here. Like, hey, if you come out and say, hey, the First Ascent is coming to Game Pass day one, I think that'll be a big... From what I've played of the game, I think that'll be a big announcement, right? For a game that's an Outriders, Warframe, Lost Planet baby, right? I think that would really help to invigorate your service, give people variety. If you say that a Lost Ark, for an example, and I only bring Lost Ark up because Lost Ark is seeing a decline. There's a lot of people who are bucking the system of Lost Ark right now and don't feel as they want to support that game further, because some of the things going on behind the scenes. So with that taken into consideration, is it time now to bring that game over to expose it to a new player base? I do think that right now it's a perfect opportunity, especially with the type of year that Xbox has had thus far. This is another opportunity because you have multiple shows. Show us why we should care about these other shows. Sony doesn't care. Nintendo doesn't care. PC is too wide of an audience to say that whether they care or not. Of course they care, because most of those games end up coming to PC anyway. So Xbox, like, are you taking advantage of the year, taking in really starting to hear some of the marketing things that we've been talking about over the last years, at least here on Living Splitscreen, as things that you need to fix and address? How do you feel, Pong, about Xbox not only supposedly going to have a huge presence at TGS, but then also to hear that they're going to have a huge presence at Gamescom, both that they traditionally haven't put much effort into in recent years, and really for what I know,
TGS they've been at for the past 2-3 years. Still,
they've been at, but it's
no, they've been heavy. They actually sponsored it one year. right? They were the
Okay.
main line, right? Not to say
Just
that
forgot
they've
about
always
that.
come up with the biggest stuff, right? But they've had a presence there.
I'm
But
saying.
Sarah Bond and her team have been working extremely hard over there. Obviously, the relationship with Sega and Atlas shows that. The relationship with Bandai Namco shows that. The relationship with Capcom now dropping games day and date into Game Pass shows, again, this push in the East was not all talk. They've been doing the work, as you and I have been pounding the table for, Steel. They've got more work to do. Localization is still a problem. Starfield is not going to have Korean language at launch. That is a problem that Xbox, Microsoft, with the money that they have, has to fix over there. But they are putting in the groundwork to continuously increase their presence over there. Like I said before, strategic acquisitions down the road, I expect to happen one way or the other. But right now, with TGS looming later this year, I think it's one of the shows that they are going to show up to, Steel. I think that they are going to have some surprises for us at TGS. I think that is a great spot to continue to push their Atlas partnership with Personas coming into Game Pass, with Atlas seemingly giving the marketing rights to their brand new IP. The name escapes me off the top of my head right now. Anyways, to Xbox. That is huge. And it is a huge thing over there because we've seen Final Fantasy's popularity, Steel, in the East is starting to diminish. It is not.
Yeah.
It is not the franchise it once was, and that's due to Square Enix decisions. That's a whole nother conversation with Final Fantasy 16. In my belief, it's due to Square's decision making over there. But this is now the time where Atlas and Persona is on the rise. So I think that's going to have a huge presence. I think we will see some surprises. I think any deals like you were talking about, Steel, with Korean developers or Chinese developers, maybe Black Myth Wukong, maybe you sealed the deal for marketing rights on that. That's when you show up over at TGS, because TGS, sure, is definitely Japan based, of course. It's Tokyo, but it now represents a big market in the East more so than it used to. And you got a lot of eyes from over there, from all over the East on your whatever you're going to show. So I think they are definitely going to show up and show out at TGS Steel. The bigger, more interesting thing here is Gamescom to me. Gamescom is something that Xbox has been light at over the past few years, at least. They are making a big deal out of this deal.
Yeah.
And I'm going to take in consideration that this could just be the Starfield hype push, which it deserves, right? This could just be, hey, we're launching our biggest game that we've had probably potentially in decades is coming. And so they are making a big deal out of that. And we could see a lot of Starfield at Gamescom. But I think there's a little something more here. Greenberg retweeted Gamescom's tweet, quote tweeted it and said, excited to be there. Right. This is going to be a big year for Xbox. Well, we already know it's going to be a big year because you just had your showcase. We just had the Starfield Direct for 40 minutes plus that blew everybody's minds, right? So yeah, Aaron, we know this is going to be a big year. Why are you saying this is going to be a big year? We have the interview with Phil Spencer and Matt Booty with Giant Bomb, with Grubb and those guys over there, in which Booty stressed because they asked about the directs. And Booty said, well, and Phil had insinuated during that conversation, we have more to show. And then Booty said, well, we've got more showcases coming up, like Gamescom, like the Game of Year, like the Keeleys at the end of the year, right? We've got more places to show off our stuff that we want to show. They're hiding. I think they've got a couple more things up their sleeve. Obviously, we know Starfield Motorsport, right? Forza Motorsport is also going to be a big push. We know those two. But I think they got a couple more surprises for us, Steel. We still got to hear about Age of Empires 4 for console, which, again, you guys can poo-poo that all you want as niche. Age of Empires 4, Age of Empires in general is still a gigantic franchise for Microsoft. So we still got that to show. But what else they got up their sleeves, Steel? Do we got a couple more Game Pass deals? We've talked about it. TGS would be a good spot for an Armored Core to be announced as. What's the release date on Armored Core?
August 25th.
Okay, so that's too late to do that. But it would be huge to be able to announce Game Pass if that shows up, if that is a deal that they have in place, but obviously they're trying to get pre-orders and all kind of stuff. We know they hold off on announcing. So they announce that, they go to TGS, and by the way, Armored Core 6, Game Pass, for all you in the East that didn't realize, Go play Fires of Rubicon
could.
right now.
They could
right?
do that still at that
It could
point.
be big, right? But Gamescom, I think they are going to have a couple surprises for us that we weren't aware of or hadn't heard about yet. Because not only did Aaron Greenberg quote tweet that, Phil also put out a tweet and said, "It's been too many years since I've been to Gamescom. Excited to show back up there this year." Well, now you got Greenberg, you got Phil. Sounds like you're going to have the whole crew out at Gamescom.
Right.
That normally doesn't happen if you don't have some kind of something coming down the pipeline that you, again, it could just be Starfield. Don't get me wrong. Starfield's big enough to warrant it. But I think that Gamescom is the interesting spot here for Xbox. I think we might have something.
I hope so. Because again, Gamescom is one of the biggest, is the biggest event. Actually it dwarfs most event. Because I think I heard somebody say that it was going to be like 6. It's like their average influx of people that they get in is about 500,000 people, and that's fucking humongous comparison to a lot of the other shows. So it's like, I mean, for me, it's kind of like, why haven't you taken advantage of that in the past? That's like, that's a lot of people to put your stuff in front of, right? That 500,000 people that can go back and they're talking about this, those 500,000 people, even if they told one person, that's 1 million people just off of one event that now are talking about these different things that you've shown at this event. So definitely adds on. Oh, good.
Yeah. No. I agree wholeheartedly. So I mean, again, I think both of these, I think Microsoft is now back to business as usual. Again, I speculated on this. We speculated here, Steele, whether or not the ABK deal was obviously keep holding things back, which I think we can all agree was for sure. To what degree, I guess, is a discussion, but I think it was greatly holding them back. But now that all the cards are on the table and they're in the stretch run here, and we saw this with the showcase, I think it's back to business as usual. And I think all that pent up stuff that they've had over the past couple of years during this ABK deal, they're all excited to get back to this, and they're just going all out. And I think that they're going to do this with these showcases, with the Keeleys at the end of the year, because again, Booty specifically mentioned that. So I expect them again. Last year, nothing at the Keeleys outside of Game Pass advertisements. I think this year we see them return to form, Steel, and I think it's a big deal this year that they hit all these showcases around the world, because that's their focus now, is again gaining in these markets that they have consistently losing in. They are out there to show that they're here to stay and that they've got big things coming down the pipeline. Because again, Phil was super excited to say that he could finally see the roadmap, one game per quarter, one big AAA game first party per quarter. I think that that's where they're excited about now, Steel. And I think that this is the new Xbox going forward. Like we said, thought from the beginning, Starfield could be the beginning of like, hey, this is what we envision Xbox to be. Starfield's the beginning, and just the beginning. We've got stuff for the next 5-10 years lined up that we're excited to start being able to showcase. So I think that's where they're at.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what else they have to show us. Again, I'm excited for all the different sides of shows, what they got, their wares and everything. Again, I'm still looking for a reason to invest into PlayStation's ecosystem, because to be frank, Spider-Man 2 isn't enough. Even off the hype of me, as much as I just saw the Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse movie in the movie theater this past week. A couple days ago, and I loved it. I thought it was one of the greatest Spider-Man movies that I've seen, along with the first one. But Demon Souls remake isn't enough, MG. I'm sorry. As much as I love Souls games, Demon Souls doesn't do it. That's something that I could wait for it to come. Again, I've told the story here many a time. It's going to have to be something else outlandish, or factions, that gets me to do that. But I still think factions is going to come PC day and date. Part of the reason I think it's taken them such an additional long amount of time is because they're going to make sure that their game releases day and date across multiple platforms, so that they can take advantage of the live service elements of it. I mean, at least for me personally, that's what it's looking like. Now, unless somebody announces a Gundam Breaker 4. Oh, well, we might be having a different conversation. Bloodborne, I played Bloodborne. I played Bloodborne for 4 hours when I had my PlayStation 4. And I can be honest and say I didn't give it enough of a fair shake. It didn't pull me in at first. Within that time that I spent with it, I still would have rather played my Souls games, like Dark Souls. That's the main one. That's the main IP that got me in there. Gundam Dynasty Wars is cool and all. It's not Gundam Breaker though. So there are very few titles that get me in there. Tim says you feel ignored, but cool. What are you talking about, Tim? I saw your chat earlier talking about the 300,000 people there. As you're talking about your Valorant and League of Legends comments that you were making, and I didn't think that we ever downplayed it or whichever the case. But as far as both of those, the Valorant and League of Legends play, as far as what is that? You mentioned it in the in your comments too from Riot. There you go. From Riot, I do think our is a big play and has been a big play for them. I don't know how many more players. They haven't come out and said any numbers or anything like that that's added in since it's come to Game Pass. But I mean, obviously something is working because they're working on a controller version of Valorant. So there has to be something there to justify them wanting to do a controller version of it. So definitely something to consider. I think that was a good play for them. And yeah, I heard people say Bloodborne is a top 5 for them. Eastside Vandal, it's not a top 5. It's not a console seller for me. So, and that's the thing that separates PlayStation and Xbox from me as far as consoles go. It's more ecosystem based than anything else, right? I've been invested in the Xbox ecosystem since they've created an ecosystem, right? As far as PlayStation, I mean, literally, if you look at it as, you play them for their exclusives, I don't think even their exclusives are good enough for that console. Now, that's just my opinion. And that's just the way that I personally feel. God of War doesn't justify that. It's a $200 million game, and it doesn't justify that to me. Horizon doesn't justify that. Demon Souls remake doesn't justify that. To me.
I think Tim is talking about his comment. Steel, there have been multiple times, but it's like 350,000 gamers, still huge. I don't know exactly what he was talking about.
He was talking about games. I think he was talking about Gamescom with that comment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I saw what he said. I mean, it was because I made the comment about 500K that he added on to 350. Again, either way, 350 to 500, that's still a shit ton of fucking people in comparison. Right. and I get that like a Bloodborne remake would break the internet. But again, like
to a certain degree, yes.
I have to be given a reason outside of what most people find as their reason. Returnal's good. I like Returnal on PC. I wouldn't have bought it on console. I would have never bought that game on PlayStation. Just as a reference. I was interested in it. And if I would have had a console, maybe, but it wouldn't have been a reason to buy that console. And that's a conversation that I would love to continue to have with other people, just because a lot of people, there are still tons of people who feel as though, oh, well, I own all consoles, so I'm the real gamer. And for me, it's like you don't have to own all consoles to be a real gamer. You don't have to have all the consoles to have a subjective opinion, right? Because most of us, and we've talked about this before, have been doing this for quite some time. And I will always reiterate, you have to find a reason to make the investments that you do in your hobby. If I'd rather spend $500 on my bike, on my car, on my kids, on anything else versus me getting a PlayStation that's going to sit for 6 to 12 months at a time after I played the one game, that's not justified to me. I don't get that mentality. But I can also say part of because maybe it's because of how I was raised, maybe it's because of how I look at gaming, maybe it's just because of how what I value personally. And I think everybody should take that into consideration. Don't let nobody bully you off of a square on why you do things the way that you do them. Blue says, LOL still just spends $5 on the bike before the kids. No, I would never do that. That's weird. I know people who will, and that's why I don't ride with them. Strange. Anyway, and then it's also about risking their life on a daily basis. I like to have fun, but not. Again, I like to come home. Nonetheless, I do think that most of the topics that I wanted to at least kind of comb through and cover today, we definitely hit out the park. You got anything else that you'd like to touch on as we wrap things up?
We could touch on Baldur's Gate 3 real quick here.
Oh yeah, please, let's do it.
Let's touch on Baldur's Gate 3. First of all, I don't speak out on this stuff much anymore because I don't honestly want to give my energy to the nonsense that happens in this community quite often. I'm not going there first. I'll be there next. No. I don't, because again, this, like I said before, if people want to go a certain route within this community to become an actor, a snake or clown or whatever, and that's what they want to roll with on a daily basis. Okay. That's what they get the kicks off their egos. That's fine. This whole nonsense, and it's both. It started on one side, but the other side picked it up and has spun it even differently. And right. I can't despise this thing about comparing Baldur's Gate 3 to Starfield. You all really show who you are, and if that's who you want to present you are as a gamer, more power to you. But you look utterly foolish in any way, shape, or form if you're going to try to compare these two games together.
They're not the same?
They're not the same, Steel, no. Listen, this is nonsense. And the fact that it started on the PlayStation Circus side with the clowns deciding that, these cutscenes, animations, characters look better than Starfield's. And so we're going to pump up this game that probably a majority of us had zero care for ever. Again, I will probably say that there is a portion that played, Divinity Original Sin 1 or 2 or both, and probably know who Larian Studios is. There's probably even a smaller percentage that did originally play the original Baldur's Gate and probably do love D&D and probably understand what Baldur's Gate 3 is going to be all about. But that's a small percentage. Most of these people could give two shits about it, but they decided to start comparing the two and saying, "Oh my God, look at what Larian can do versus what Starfield can do." Yeah.
How many? Do you know how many people work at Larian?
400 now, Steel, which is not the case. I was absolutely blown away by that number.
Yeah.
That studio was 40 people when they did Divinity Original Sin 2. They were 40. I thought they were still an indie studio. Steel, to be honest with you, I did not know.
I thought so too. No, that's
that they
major.
Had done this.
They are major.
Yeah, they are now. This is AAA.
Small.
No, and I started reading because I just looked it up the other night, Steel, because I even made comments. I think here or on one of the shows, I was like, you can't compare the two because Bethesda is on a different scale from what Larian's doing. Larian's a great studio, but I thought they were still small. I thought they were still an indie studio. No. They're AAA now. This is big time. This is how much effort they put into Baldur's Gate 3. So I started reading up on it, and they said the game just kept getting bigger and bigger, and they realized they were going to have to go big with their studio in order to do what they want to do with Baldur's Gate 3, which is great, which is going to get to my point about Baldur's Gate 3.
Right.
But to compare those two is complete nonsense. And then the Xbox guys who now, because Larian has had problems getting the co-op split screen to work on the Xbox Series S, and yes, that is now confirmed. Xbox engineers are actually there at Larian trying to help them through this. But because that has happened, because the Xbox version hasn't been officially announced, now the Xbox guys are taking that and running with it and starting to trash Baldur's Gate 3 and talking about how much better Starfield is going to be. Both of you are clowns, okay? Both of you are clowns. Larian Studio is a freaking amazing studio. They're on the wish list, by the way, for Microsoft. Microsoft was looking at them to acquire. Okay. They are fantastic. Divinity Original Sin, both 1 and 2, are absolutely amazing examples of CRPGs done well, actually beyond well on console. If you haven't played one of those two, again, turn-based CRPGs, folks. So again, not everybody's cup of tea. Get it. If you've not played one of those two, especially number two, then you really shouldn't talk about this at all. Okay. Because again, Larian Studios is ridiculously good at what they do. That's why the hype around Baldur's Gate 3 exists, because Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, for those who don't know, was done by BioWare. That's right, peak BioWare. The fact that a studio like Larian took over is a godsend for this. For those of us that love the D&D style CRPGs, Neverwinter Nights, etc., this is a godsend that Larian got this project. Okay. The fact that they have upped their studio 10 times over to get enough devs to finish this game should show you how invested they are in this game and why it has taken them 6 years to put this game out, why this game has existed in early access on PC for 3 years, because they take this game very seriously and what they're doing. They have a lot of pride in it. Okay. So stop. First of all, both of you. Nonsense. I do agree. Doom Reaper brought this up in our chat and PM and the PM that a lot of this nonsense is actually probably pretty good for Larian. The fact that there's going to be a lot of PlayStation guys who actually go out and buy this game when they would have had zero interest in this game otherwise, just to stick it to the Xbox guys. The fact that that's going to happen is going to support Larian, support this game. Cool. The more people that play the game, the better. I hope that they get done with the Xbox version soon. I hope they fix it, figure out the problems. Again, I got thoughts on Microsoft should probably give an exemption here for the Series S. They're not going to. I understand the business side of it, but it is a miss here not having this game launched at the same time as PlayStation 5. Anyways, all that being said, what I've seen from Baldur's Gate 3, I had no intention of buying another game because Starfield's coming out. From now, I haven't bought Aliens Dark Descent. I put off other games. I have no intention of buying any other games because Starfield's coming and I know where all my time is going to be for the rest of the year. And I didn't want to invest in games again as a budget gamer to make that happen when I knew I was going to put those games down, especially with Diablo 4 taking up a lot of my time right now. There was just no point. Watching what they've done with Baldur's Gate 3, and I've watched it from a distance. I've watched some gameplay on the PC during early access over the past couple of years, but I haven't deep dived what they were doing. I knew whatever they were going to do was going to be great. It's Baldur's Gate. It's Larian. I already had faith in it. I just knew I was going to be playing because Starfield. Now that I've taken interest in it and I've deep dived this and I watched their panel yesterday, their dev direct yesterday. I'll just call everything a direct now because I love the name. Watching that and understanding how incredibly large this game now is, I'm buying this day one on PC. Okay. This will be my first full-fledged PC buy, by the way, of a new game. I'm going to play this because it's coming out now on August 3rd on PC. That gives me a whole month basically with it before Starfield comes out. I'm going to go into this game. What Larian has done here is one of the best experiences so far that I've seen as to emulating D&D. Now they use 5th edition rules, which I'm not all for. I don't like the changes in D&D. Again, we just talked about that earlier, but at its heart, it's still core D&D. They are giving you the chance to experience a story in a way that you completely 100% decide. Much like Bethesda, Larian does CRPGs that are sandboxes. So meaning that you can do things that you aren't allowed to do in other games. You can make choices that you aren't allowed to make in other choices, and it affects the entire game. That to me is my favorite mechanic. And yes, this is co-op up to 4 players, by the way, as well. You can have a team of 4. Yes, it's still turn-based. So you got to wait your turn, but you can each have a different character in your party. Larian's presentation yesterday impressed me beyond belief. This team has gone up and beyond the Call of Duty, pun intended, to make a game that is both everything that people loved about the previous games, faithful to that history, and also made it for 2023 and then blown it up 100 times over. They have done that here to the nth degree from everything I saw yesterday. You can kill off your entire party if you want to. You can kill off every party member and still complete the game solo. There's hirelings in this game that you can go get, and you can hire hirelings. You can kill off those hirelings if you want to, still complete the game. The brutality in this game is off the charts. There's over 600 spells in this game. You have 48 subclasses, and then you can also multi-class your characters later on as well. So you got 12, I think it's 12 total classes to start, 48 different subclasses, so about 4 subclasses for each class, right? And then you can multi-class later on. So you can make crazy combinations. The side story content, the main story content is all dependent upon who you are in this game. They went back and rewrote so much dialogue within the world to have the NPCs respond to you based upon either your class or your race or what decisions you previously made. They've got an entire newspaper that is dynamic in telling the stories that are happening in the world based upon some of what you do and the cause and effect that it has on what's going on in the world around you. You can play completely 100% good. You can play completely 100% evil. You can play a gray area of a combination of the both. This is everything I love about RPGs and then some. This is exactly the type of games I love. This is take your pick on any combination of RPGs that you played classically, Knights of the Old Republic, Mass Effect. Doesn't matter what you want to pull from, Skyrim. You pull from that, and they've rolled this all into one here and made the ultimate experience, at least from what I'm seeing right now.
Right.
This is going to be everything I've ever wanted and more. So I'm all sold on this game. Now, there's a caveat, because there was a situation they showed off yesterday, which, like I just said, I'm all for freedom. I'm all for doing whatever you want to do in a game. Many games have tried this and don't pull it off well. Some games have pulled it off well. They are looking to set the new high bar for that mentality of do whatever you want to do in a game. But the decision to include bestiality / zoophilia in I don't care if it's a fantasy setting, I don't care if it's just a video game, does make me scratch my head. Now it's a choice. It's not something you have to do. So it's not forced upon you by any stretch of imagination. But the fact that they actually went that far and decided that was cool. And the fact that there are people out there now praising this game for it. Again, I know we are in a different society, but we still should have some boundaries that society standards say aren't okay. And you can say, yes, it is a druid.
Why couldn't he stay human then?
Right. But he's transforming fully into a bear in the scene that they showed. Fully 100% a bear. This isn't a humanoid. Again, I get humanoid stuff like
because there's a gray area with that because
yeah. Listen, I've had my crush. Liara and Mass Effect. Are you kidding me? Come on. But when you go full beast, when you're full animal, and you're telling me that you're going to include that sex scene in your video game, and you actually made a presentation out of it and actually went to great lengths to have it happen during that presentation, I got a head scratch and say, okay, that's little too much. I don't agree with that decision at all. Again, I think there should still be boundaries because, as Steele pointed out behind the scenes, what other boundaries are you start to cross once you start down this road? Like, what other things are you going to justify? Do we get into younger people, right? Do we start crossing that boundary in a video game because, oh, it's a fantasy world because everything's okay?
That's how things used to be.
Or it was widely accepted in history, right? There was lots of things, as we well know, Steele, that were accepted in history that aren't okay these days.
It wasn't okay then either.
Right. But it was in some cultures.
Back then.
Back then. But again,
that's why we grow as a society, right? We improve and we learn things that were wrong.
Yes.
Just saying.
So I just want to point out the bare necessities. Yes. I just want to point out that I still think we should have boundaries, and I still don't think this should be okay. There's people cheering it. There's a whole class of people again, bestiality and zoophilia does exist for people. I think most of us
Interesting.
get sick to our stomach at the ideas of that. And again, as much as you want to say it's just a video game, and yes, we go around committing mass murder in video games, and most of us would never, ever, ever even consider one murder in our lifetime. So I understand all the reasons behind it. It's just that this thing right here is another step where I'm like, did we have to? I don't think we had to. There's no reason for it. There's no point behind it other than saying that you have a broad spectrum. And they said this during their actual presentation, that they represent a broad spectrum of people. So for me, that was the only negative takeaway. Otherwise, Larian is knocking this out of the park. I think this will be up for Game of the Year. I think this could sneak into the conversation for Game of the Year if it comes out and it's in good shape. I think that this is definitely could set the new watermark for CRPGs and open world experiences when it comes to that style of game and what you're able to do in it. And so I'm extremely hyped for Baldur's Gate 3. I think this is going to be special. Steel. So
yeah, I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 has definitely piqued some of my interest in some ways. I do find it extremely interesting that they would choose to include something of that nature as far as bestiality goes. And again, I mean, you talk about, time constraints and issues that you could be having. Could there be a universe where you didn't put as much effort into editing and making this whole sex scene with a bear? Maybe that could have helped with the split screen. Maybe it couldn't. I don't know. Either way, I just think that it's extremely strange. Again, it's their game. They choose what they want. Again, you as the player, you don't have to engage with it. It's not like it's forced upon you, or whichever the case, which is always a good thing. That's always a beneficial thing to us as the gamer. But it does make me question some of the thought processes that Larian as a studio has. And the fact that somebody watched that, approved it, and then said, "Oh, let's use this as a marketing piece." I think it tells me some things that I just don't necessarily feel comfortable about. Again, that's a me thing. If there are certain boundaries, and again, Bong touched on it. People for years have been trying to say, "Oh, games like GTA are the reason why gun control is an issue." No, gun control is an issue because our government is fucking clueless. That's why fucking gun control is an issue. That has nothing to do with GTA. It is much less likely for somebody to go on a killing spree in GTA and then they'll want to go on a killing spree in real life. It just doesn't work that way. So it's like, I get it if you want to use that same type of argument here. Just because it's in the game doesn't mean it's something that applies to people in real life. But there are certain things, as Paul mentioned also, as a society that
taboos that should remain taboo.
1000%. Like what I mentioned to Pong, it's like, okay, if beast is anyway. Yeah, I won't get too deep into it because there are people who are into those types of things in today's society, and I'm not going to kink shame anybody, but I do think that it's something that's extremely disturbing.
I'll and it's certain things for sure.
I mean,
yeah.
Again, as long as I ain't gotta see it, so whatever. But there are, and there should be certain boundaries for certain things, right? I don't care if the bear was consensual to the situation. I just don't get why he couldn't have stayed human.
Right.
Maybe I'm clueless. But with that, I think this would be a perfect time to get into our This Day in Gaming segment, where we go over 30 years in gaming history, and we forget about the fact that Larian is doing interesting things with their game. But no, seriously, I do hope that the game does do well.
Yes.
On the PlayStation platform. There's a wide base.
Well.
There's a huge base over there. And I know a lot of people are interested. Again, there has been, like you have mentioned, Paul, it's something that I was going to touch on. They've been in 3 years of development with the community.
Yep.
And that's, I mean, I know as much as I like to see creators make their vision, I do also believe if part of your vision is involving the community, then you should do that and be very forthright about what you're trying to get accomplished. I mean, from everything that I have seen, the community is very happy with where the game is at currently. And they're excited for the full release of the game. So, Ricardo says, I wonder if it would change your morality rating. Paladin lost access to holy abilities due to alignment shift from bear sex.
See, that's the problem. That's the problem with. No, that's not going to be in there. It'd be great, but that's the problem with 5th edition rules. Is again, they opened up D&D to a wider audience, and a lot of it had to do with accepting everybody, right? Which is a general thing in society.
Yeah.
And so 5th, again, that's what was the focus was with 5th edition, which again, from a business standpoint, I understand why you do it. And from a society standpoint of where things have headed, I also understand why you make those decisions, but you change what D&D originally was meant to be into something new, which again, brought back the popularity of D&D. There's a reason why D&D came back in the degree that it has, is because of the changes they made in the actual rule sets to open it up. So again, I'm old school. I'm 2nd edition D&D, 1st edition D&D, a little bit of 3rd edition D&D. So like I'm from the old school, like the hardcore where stats were stats. Like that was all that mattered. You weren't worried about accessibility. You were worried about how damn good your character's strength was or intelligence was, like the old school, right? That's what it was about. What, magical sword you're going to find next, right? So from that standpoint, like that's kind of where this is headed. But like I said, if you watch what Larian showed off, they've maintained a lot of the core of D&D, down to the point where you're rolling dice on screen to do a save throw, right? Depending on what your action is, what you're trying to do, you have to get that save throw in order to be successful. Otherwise it fails and shit goes awry real quick. But if you get some luck and you get those dice rolls, you can make some crazy things happen in this game, like some really out there games that I didn't think you could pull off in a video game. So that's where it gets me excited. So I can't wait to see it.
Yeah. Nisa Vandal says, what's sad is that there's that if there was a trans character, there would be outrage, but bear sex, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just going to kind of leave it at where it's at.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Again, I've seen modders do some very interesting things with Skyrim.
Yeah, of course, modders will always do this shit. Like whatever. Again,
and we as a society, there are some of us that are into some very interesting things. Some things push the line a lot more than others, to the point that where if that line is crossed, I just don't know how we come back from that. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I could accept
slippery slope
that.
Is real.
I don't know.
Slippery slope is real. Anyways, yes.
Besides the point, again, hopefully it's good. Hopefully everybody jumps into it.
Yeah,
I know a lot of people have been kind of downplaying it in many ways. And again, like you mentioned earlier, Pong, with the whole Starfield comparison and whatnot, it's just outlandish.
It is crazy. But if you're looking for a turn-based CRPG, highly recommend from what I've seen of Baldur's Gate 3. And I'll talk about it when I get it, because it looks like it's going to set the bar. So go check it out for sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I do think that we're going to now get into our This Day in Gaming segment, where we go back 30 years in gaming history, because gaming is art and should be treated as such. And it's always dope to see where we have come from to where we are today. And so shout out to GameFAQs, or GameSpot, I should say. This is from their site. And shout out to you guys for continuously holding us down by doing this for us. So let me go ahead and bring that up for us here. There we go.
1,320 hours till early release for Starfield, everybody.
Hey.
Getting closer.
I don't know why my box is small. Box pause, but
why are you talking about my box? Leave my box alone.
I don't know, man. I don't know why I'm talking about your box.
Yeah.
Here we go. That'll work for what it is. Anyway. All right. So as you see, we're starting off on July 8th today in 1994. What up, Sergeant? How you feeling?
And Eastside, didn't mean to skip over what you said so quickly and moving on to This Day in Gaming. It's a touchy thing, obviously, but let me just say this. They allow you to create that type of character in the game.
Yeah.
So
which is cool.
They do.
I mean, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, they do. They do. So.
Stuff like. Anyway, the only thing I was gonna say is it's just crazy what we choose to be outraged about. Things that are like scientifically proven to be just to happen sometimes. That a lot more people are critical about. But anyway.
Yep. There's also social engineering involved as well, but
again,
totally different show. Totally different show.
And some of that for sure. All right. So we're starting in 94, July 8th. You had Bishujo Senshi Sailor Moon.
Right out the gate with a little Eastern flavor. I like it, man. Nice. Little Sailor Moon, huh? Never watched the cartoon.
You never watched Sailor Moon?
Nope, never did.
Sailor Moon's a good show.
I had a
son.
He wasn't into Sailor Moon.
I'm a guy and I was into Sailor Moon. What is that supposed to be?
Right, but that's a different generation. Just wasn't my thing, man. Just didn't.
Me and your son ain't that much of an age of difference.
No, your son is no. I'm just talking about in general. But my son had no interest.
That's crazy that he didn't end up watching. No. I mean, it was one of those that came on when cartoons came on during the weekend or when we came home from school. So
yeah. No, don't get me wrong. I watched Care Bears back in the day when I was a kid. I love Care Bears, right?
I've watched some Care. I hate. I can't stand.
I love Care Bears, man. Care Bears fucking rock.
Can't stand Care Bears.
I used to watch Strawberry Shortcake with my sis. My sis used to love Strawberry Shortcake.
I watched Strawberry Shortcake with my oldest when she was growing up.
Yeah.
So I guess there's that. Anyway, speaking of Beasts, 94, Super Nintendo released Disney's Beauty and the Beast. By the way, he's a humanoid. Now, just in case you guys were
humanoid. Yeah.
Just in case you guys were wondering. And he went back to normal after.
Yeah, like I said behind the scenes of DMs, one thing to the Beast from Beauty and the Beast, who's humanoid, is another thing if you're gonna say that Simba from The Lion King turned you on. Like that's two totally different scenarios right there. Just saying.
Facts. All right. Then in 94, we also got Robo Trek on Super Nintendo.
Cool. Trying to be Robotech, but not.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know.
Then in 99 on PlayStation, you had Vandal Hearts 2.
Great game. Vandal Hearts is classic.
Oh, y'all are in here listening all the classic shows.
Smurf, Snorks, absolutely. Yep.
I love Gargoyles though.
Yep, Robotech Macross for life. Hell yeah, man. Lin-Min May, my first cartoon crush.
There you go.
100%.
Then in 99 on the Game Boy Color, you had Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters 2. Shout out to Yu-Gi-Oh! Around for some time. Yes. Then in 2004, on the GameCube and PlayStation 2, you had Croquette, Banking, no Kiki, Osukwe. I think that's how you say that.
Okay.
Got to that. Then in 2004, you had GameCube released Harvest Moon, Another Wonderful Life.
Very nice. Harvest Moon's still around, kicking it. Shout out to the farm sim lovers out there. All of you, just keep supporting those games. They keep coming.
Absolutely.
Jesse B, Silverhawks absolutely rocked. But along with Silverhawks, right? I don't know where you were or where you guys were programming wise, but after Silverhawks was Mask. And Mask is an underrated cartoon. Mask was absolutely freaking incredible.
Then in 2007, on Windows Mobile, you had Animals of Mass Destruction.
What? Okay.
Then in 2008 on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, you had Beijing 2008, the official video game of the Olympic Games.
God, I remember when Olympic Games were all the rage.
Yeah.
God, man. Holy shit. Button mashing.
got it.
Oh my God. Track and field. Oh, track and field back in the day. Oh my God. Crazy.
Then in 2008 on the Wii, you had Final Fantasy Fables, Chocobo's Dungeon.
Ooh. Oh, Decado, I bet you wish you still had the mask base. That'd be worth some money. That's rare. Not too many people had the mask toys because it was kind of under the radar cartoon. But frick, man, that's so cool. Glad so many people remember Mask. Let's go.
Then in 2008 on the DS, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360, you had Sid Meier's Civilization Revolution.
Hundreds of hours in that game. Absolutely a great version of Civilization on 360. My kiddo grew up on it. I taught him how to play Civ on that game.
Nice.
Awesome version. Yep.
Super dope. Then in 2008 on the Wii, you had Wonder World Amusement Park. Got to the amusement park games.
Mm-hmm.
Then in 2009 on the Xbox 360, you had Battlefield 1943.
Incredible.
It was a good game.
So good. So good. Yep.
Then in 2010 on the DS, you had Harvest Moon, The Tale of Two Towns.
Like we said.
Got some Harvest Moon the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Then in 2010 on PlayStation 3, you had the White Knight Chronicles 2.
Very good. White Knight was underappreciated as well. PlayStation 3. Yep. Very good.
Then in 2010 on the Wii, you had Wii Party. Then in 2014 on 3DS, PlayStation 3, and the Wii U, you had One Piece Unlimited World Red. After that. Then in 2014, you got Scooby-Doo and the Looney Tune Cartoon Universe Adventure. 3DS.
Can you make that any longer, please? Jesus.
Then in 2015 on iOS, you had Magic Duels Origins.
Shout out to Magic, still rocking and rolling these days. We got the Lord of the Rings expansion with the one ring.
Kind of dope.
There's only one card with the one ring. Pretty insane. Yeah. I got a buddy at work who's a big time card dealer and seller for Pokemon and Magic, and he bought a case of those cards and sitting on them.
Jesse Darby says, y'all still on? Damn, 5 hours, guys. Don't you ever get tired of this? Sometimes don't you just want to do a short show, get done and relax all day? That's the trick, Jesse. You know how the Hulk says the trick is he's always mad? The trick is I'm already relaxed.
Right.
This is fun for me. I'm having a good time.
Exactly.
I enjoy this. Many people won't. But that's why we have timestamps. Anyway, because you don't have to listen to the whole thing if you don't want to. Up to you. Anyway, 2021, you had PC and the PlayStation 5 release Arcade-ageddon.
Arcade-ageddon. Let's go.
And yes, Yobi, we definitely have the Horde Divorce.
Horde Divorce.
But anyway, I'm out. Anyway, 2021, Android, iPhone, Linux, Macintosh, Nintendo Switch, PC, PlayStation 4, PS5, Xbox One, and Series X all got Crash Drive 3. Okay, nice.
Yep. Nice.
Then in 2021, Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One released Metro Simulator.
Okay, Subway Train Simulator. Let's go.
Jesse says, wouldn't you rather spend time playing video?
We do plenty of that too, Jesse.
Yeah, I do. I try to get a lot of that in during the week. Part of the reason why I don't do a lot of podcasts, right? Also got kids, so it's like,
yep.
I mean, my mornings on Saturdays are typically free, right? And I've made them that way since we started the show. Saturday is a chill day, usually a wind down time. So I don't mind it. We've enjoyed it. It's not in the way of anything. And hey, in case you didn't know, I got gameplay, fresh gameplay on a week-to-week basis, brought to you live from Steel Rain himself.
True.
Captured
True
on
fact.
PC.
That's right.
Most cases. I record from it. Just in case people were wondering. Audio listeners, you got to come check us out live, man. Get some live gameplay. It's always a good time. Anyway, 2022 Formula Bit Racing DX was released everywhere. I'm not going to continue to release announce all the platforms, but everywhere but Macintosh and phones. Then in 2022, you had Klonoa Fantasy Reverie series. That also released on everything outside of Apple and phones. The Klonoa.
Klonoa was a good character.
Yeah, I thought he was all right.
Yeah.
And then in 2022, you basically had on everything, again, outside of Apple and your mobile devices, a game called Madison.
Don't recognize that at all.
I don't either. But that is your This Day in Gaming segment. Hopefully, it gave you some memories of some things that you might have played in the past. Maybe you've seen some of these names before. Again, going back into some of these games, especially like Sid Meier's Civilization Revolution, Battlefield 1943, even considering that game came out in 2009, just to see where Battlefield is at today, although it still has some of its own struggles. Graphically, I would have never imagined that Battlefield would be
nope.
Always a beautiful thing to see. All right, ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people. Speaking of which, it is time to ramp down the show. Now, again, with us having longer shows, it does leave us from being able to do some things during the afternoon, which we typically knock out for the rest of the afternoon. It's the evening to get some good old gaming in the night, because we like to stay up a little bit longer on a Saturday night. I won't be able to tonight. Well, I got to be up early in the morning, but nonetheless, I'm still going to get some gaming in. I want to thank you, everybody, for coming out and joining us on episode 110 Living Splitscreen, a non-console centric platform covering everything going on within the gaming industry. And I did run into some storage issues on my end for some things, but that's some things I gotta spend some time really breaking down my gameplay and compacting everything so that it fit on my external. Because I've even used quite a bit of space on there with the amount of gameplay that I have. I love recording gameplay. I want to be able to look back one day and just pull up some gameplay, be able to watch it and be like, I remember playing that game. It's pretty cool. I don't know. Ever since I started doing that, I just have a thing for liking recorded gameplay. I can't help myself. I do need to get rid of
problem with screenshots, Steel.
Yeah, 100%. I'm actually thinking what I might end up doing. This has been something I've been considering for some time. Because we are in a digital era, and it would help me uploading all of my content to YouTube, whether that be on Living Splitscreen. I might even do it on my own channel, kind of double it up. So, I mean, at least at that point, it is somewhere, right? And I can free up some space, and I'll always have access to it as long as the internet exists. Because even when the internet don't exist, I don't imagine that I'd want to pull up my hard drive and be like, "Ooh, I want to see what games I played when we get hit by the fucking
apocalypse."
Yeah, by the apocalypse or some shit. Nonetheless. And again, thank you, Nick, for shouting that out. We are over 900 subs right here on YouTube. We have been doing this completely organic. No bot subs here. No bot viewers here either. So that's always a beautiful thing to see. Again, doing it organically, it does take a lot of work because it is gaming. There are a lot of people talking about some of the things that we talk about in many different facets. I do believe that we still offer something unique here. Again, whether you tune in the entire time, or whether you tune in for a part, I just greatly appreciate everybody for tuning for joining us here. And with that said, you can find me, Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain I. The T is a 7 everywhere. Easiest place to type that in is Google. But if you want some specific places, Twitter. I am going to start trying to take advantage of Threads because that seems to be very fruitful currently, and seemingly a lot of people are actually liking it. So that's interesting to find out. I wasn't expecting that. But again, as a content creator, you do want to try to take advantage of the things that you can and try to be ahead of the ball a little bit. But we'll see. So I might start releasing some things there, gameplay, Live a Split Screen stuff. So we'll see. We didn't make sure to lock our name in, I think, so we should be good to go as far as that goes for Live a Split Screen. For whatever reason, it wouldn't let me make an account under my own. But nonetheless, we are on that road to 1K, so please like, share, subscribe, share us out, tell your mama about us. Hopefully she'll hit that subscribe button too, and only do it if you actually enjoy what the content that you're getting here. And again, most times we do have timestamps in the description below, so if you guys want to find a certain part or whichever the case, definitely look out for that in the description. Pong, lead the beautiful people to victory. I want to say thank you for joining me on another fantastic episode of Living Split Screen. And yeah, man, much love to you.
All love, brother. All love and respect, because we got a full show into this week. It feels good. We had a lot to talk about. I think, again, as you stated, lots of good conversation today. Different angles, different topics, covering things that not every show does. In a different way, even on some of the topics that we do cover that are the same. So thank you, sir, for all the work you did behind the scenes to try to make sure that we didn't have any issues this week. Again, not everything is under our control at all times, but I know you put in a lot of time and effort to make sure that was going to happen. So we'll start including me on that, so we have backup plans, and we'll get that set up too, so we don't have those issues in the future as well. But thank you, Steele, for everything you do, brother, for sure. And it was great to talk to you, because we haven't talked a lot this week, because haven't been on Diablo and things are busy and everything else going on. So chat, you guys were absolutely freaking amazing, as you are every single freaking weekend. Come out here, have good discussions, things that we could talk about in the chat. I just absolutely love this show for that reason. It's unlike plenty of others out there who don't necessarily have chats that are contributing. You guys contribute each and every Saturday, so thank you. And again, if you were lurking in the background, you contributed in your own way just by joining us and listening. So thank you for that. We love you all the same. And if you're listening to us in the future, again, appreciate you. It's never expected, but always appreciated for that. We are on the road to 1K, over 900. We're going to get there. It has been a lot of your effort as well, showing up and showing out each and every week. So thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys know the drill. Tonight, it's the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel. Be there. It's going to be PTK, Fuzzy, and myself, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Don't think we're going to have a guest tonight. Rare occasion where you just get us three brothers talking. But we're going to have a great time. It's the best way to spend your Saturday night. The audiences for PTK's show has been off the charts. He's setting new records. It seems like every other week. So join us there. We're going to have a fun time. PTK Blam's channel, the Shop Podcast, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Get a little bonus, Pong, tomorrow. I will be on Games Talk Live with the one and only Fonz Relly. He just hit me up actually during the show and asked me if I could join him. So 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 o'clock Central Time. That's right. Be there. It's going to be a blast with Fonz. It's been a while since I talked to him. He does a quick show, hour, a little bit over. So it's always a great time just to blast through some topics and talk with him. And then, of course, next week it starts all over again. Tuesdays, it's Xbox Factor Podcast. It's Double Barrel Gaming. It's Mr. Boomstick. He always has a fantastic panel, even though I'm not able to be there anymore. I don't care. All good things green every Tuesday, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Thursday nights, PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM. Fun Speculations channel, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Might be a big week next week, obviously. If we get a decision coming down, which we should, there'll be a lot of talk next week about ABK, no matter what the decision is. The ripple effects will start immediately. So we're going to have fun on PM to PM. Join myself and Mav there Thursday night. Friday night, Xbox Ultimate, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Fantastic show last night. We talked about a lot of stuff. We were laughing last night a lot too, as we always do. Be there every Friday night. Unique atmosphere on Xbox Ultimate. But other than that, folks, it's the golden age of gaming, people. It really is. At least my perspective, it is the golden age of gaming. I'm having such an amazing time playing games right now. And, even in a game like Diablo IV, where I don't graze as much as I used to, that's how much I enjoy that game. And that just speaks to the quality we get right now. Not always, but there are games like that coming out. And this year has been special. Second half of this year is going to be even bigger than the first half. So buckle up. Get out there, play what you love what you play. Have a fantastic rest of your weekend. And I'll talk to you all real soon. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, y'all have a fantastic rest of your afternoon. I know I will, as in preparation for my date tomorrow. Definitely send much prayer and much love out there for me and much safety as I get around all these other hooligans who act like they fucking never have been out in public before. But nonetheless, gotta love them. And here we go. So we'll see you next week on episode 111.
Ooh, love it.
And
let's go.
We'll look forward to you guys. Hit us up. Much love. Y'all stay safe. Get us the 1K while we're gone.
Later.
Much love. Peace.